For the first year of the 190 class, there are 21 riders. As always, at the heart of the World Final format is the group lottery. For the 160 class, there are traditional 3 groups, for the 190 class, just 2. Throughout Tuesday and then on Wednesday morning, each class will have 4 free practice sessions. Based on free practice times, each rider will go into a qualifying group. For the 160s, qualifying is split into 3 groups, but for the 190s, it will be just 2. 160cc Q1 will see the top 4 riders join the middle 11 Q2. From there, the top 4 in Q2 will then join Q3, where finally 14 riders will battle it out for pole position for Thursday's races. Only the top 17 from qualifying will be able to line up for Thursday's race 1 and race 2, but there are still 2 chances for 3 more riders to join the grid. The top 2 finishers of qualifying race 1 will join the grid, as well as the winner of the last chance qualifying race 2. For the 190 class, the qualifying format follows the same pattern, with the top 4 from Q1 joining Q2 to fight for pole position. Following that, once again, qualifying race 1 and qualifying race 2 will provide a final chance to join the grid on Thursday, with the top 2 from qualifying race 1 joining, as well as the winner of qualifying race 2. And once that is all said and done, it's time to go racing and hand out some championship points. After race 1 and race 2 are complete, the top 20 riders in the 160cc championship will then advance to the Superfinal. Grid positions are based on the championship standings and double points will be on offer. The same happens for the 190cc class, but this time it's only the top 15 riders. And after all that is said and done and the points are handed out, only then will we know who will be our FIM MiniGP World Series champions.
So that is your quick explainer. Obviously quite a little bit of a complicated format, but don't worry, it is all fairly simple and you don't have to worry about the rest of it anyway because we are here on race day. And it gives me a great pleasure to say that we will be racing very, very soon indeed. As we do say, with the 160cc race 1, we have Kabil Irfan on pole position. Last year, actually, I think he picked up his first podium in the MiniGP, at least in the World Final, in the very last race, the Superfinal. So certainly Irfan one to watch, and as we do say, he is on pole position as well. Well, good morning, Elliot, then. I'm sure you're excited as me to bring on this day of racing. Plenty of action coming up.
Yeah, morning, mate. Good to be back. Doesn't feel like 5 minutes since we were here last year doing the same thing. 3rd instalment of the MiniGP, of course. As I say, great to be back under beautiful blue skies, of course. Late November coming to Valencia. I think everyone in the paddock was a little bit concerned about what the weather might bring, but it looks like we're going to get lucky for today on Thursday for MiniGP, and of course throughout the rest of the weekend as well, as we get to see who will be crowned MotoGP World Champion on Saturday or Sunday. But we are looking at the grid, Jack. I'm excited for this one. Irfan, like you say, on pole position, and Zaragoza on the front row as well in 2nd from Spain, Enzo Zaragoza. And then lining up in P3, you'll see in a minute, Ethan Sparks. In the Austria series, he actually won it, but he's from the United Kingdom. So British fans, watch out for Ethan Sparks. A really, really bright talent coming through the ranks, of course. One to watch for the future.
Yeah, definitely one to watch for the future, as well, many of these young riders certainly are there. You can see Ethan Sparks there, the British rider, as Elliot has said, racing in the Austria series this season and certainly done a very good job over there indeed. Looking down the grid as well, there are plenty of names to pick out as well, some that you may recognise from last season as well, that were doing quite well in this World Series final. In the middle of the 2nd row there's Dubois, and also then on the back of that 2nd row, Rizzi, who we're looking at now as well. So certainly plenty of names to be keeping an eye out for. And it's also quite an interesting experience as well, because of course these are really young riders. I mean, the youngest one that has been competing here this weekend is only 10 years old, and they go all the way up to about 17 in the 190cc class. So it's kind of like they're sat here on a grid for the first time, like going through the grid procedure, and it's really a unique experience for them to take it in at such a young age, and then they get to kind of do it as well with hopefully a couple of MotoGP riders watching along today.
Yeah, it's a fantastic setup, isn't it? I remember coming last year on the Tuesday and Wednesday. Unfortunately, we arrived late Wednesday, so we've not been down to get all the juicy bits from this weekend so far. But speaking to the MotoGP riders who were there as ambassadors last year, they said just how fantastic a setup the MiniGP World Series is, and how they wished it was a thing when they were growing up through the ranks. Obviously, it's a new thing that was come to the fore in 2021. and it helps all these riders just to continue their path onto the road to the MotoGP. This is sort of the first step, and it helps riders from all over the world, as you can see, just to obviously come to one place in front of plenty of watchful eyes, in front of the MotoGP riders, their heroes of course, and just provides them an excellent platform to just get their seasons and their careers going. It's a fantastic setup. All they have to do is pay for the travel to get here. The bikes are provided by Avale. We'll speak more about Avale throughout the day, of course. We have, how many races we've got coming up? 7 races, 6 races, 7 races. 2 Superfinals at 1 and 2 PM later on. Watch out for those. But coming up, 160cc, race 1, 14 laps. And here is the grid. Irfan on pole, Zaragoza and Sparks. Joining him on row 1, Guka, Dubois and Rizzi on row 2, with Fino, Togashi and Stankovic on row 3.
Looking back at the grid then to row 4, you have Kunitate. That went a little bit too quick. I'll have to see if I can pop the grid PDF up here on my laptop and run you through the rest. 160cc race 1 then, so here you are. You have Kunitate from Macari. Craddock will, watch out for him. He was one that was here last year and did very, very well. I can't believe she finished 2nd in the end. Rudolph on row 5 from Britannia, Cabarel. Then Kovalov, Henry, Marzuki, and then ran down the grid we have Kerniwan and Page as well, who made it through in the qualifying races yesterday. I'll quickly actually just run you through the ones that did manage to qualify in the end with those last chance qualifying race 1 and race 2. That was Marzuki, the Malaysian, as well as Kurniawan, the Indonesian, so some good representation from Asian countries as well. And then Jake Page, the Australian, made it through in that last spot in qualifying race 2 yesterday, where he won that, I believe it was by about a 1/10.5. So very, very close racing indeed.
If you're not familiar with the track then here, it's pretty much an identical layout to the circuit Ricardo Tormo, just obviously shrunken down. 12 corners, as I say, the identical layout pretty much to the famous Valencia layout here. The riders obviously doing their warm-up laps. This is the famous sort of fast left-hander into the final corner at turn 12. We saw plenty of action down there last year and in the first year as well in 2021. So it's going to be interesting to see how the riders deal with it. They've had free practice on Tuesday, more free practice sessions on Wednesday, and then qualifying and a couple of qualifying races, and now it is race day.
So here we go then, Irfan on pole for the first race of the day. The flag's being waved at the back of the grid. There you can see the green flag. We're about to go racing here in FIM MiniGP World Series final. Race 1 is go, although some bad starts at the back of the grid there. Some big wheelies going up, but it is Irfan then who's going to get the whole shot down into turn 1, and he will lead as we go through corner 2 as well. Looks like it is Zaragoza that's maintained that second place on the grid in second there. You can see him just at the back, and I think it's also Ethan Sparks. So 1, 2, 3 have remained exactly where... Oh, it's not Ethan Sparks, actually. It's Guka who's managed to pick up 1 position from 4th up into 3rd.
Yeah, Sparks didn't get the launch he would have been wanting on the front row. He's down to P4, P5. I'm not sure if he just made a move at the inside there. I think he has. You can see the Union Jap on his leathers and on his bike. So Ethan Sparks, not the best getaway, but he's back up into 4th. He's got a little bit of a gap to bridge as the leader runs wide. That is Irfan on the number 35, the pole sitter, just runs wide out the final corner. Up the inside, Zaragoza looking at turn 1, but not quite this time around.
Looks like Togashi made a good start as well. He's up from 8th into 6th position, so certainly some good starts from those a little bit further back on the grid. But there already is a little bit of a gap for me from the top 3 back to Ethan Sparks in 4th position. Oh, that's a big crash. Which number was that? I think that was one of the Italians. Was it Rizzi? It might have been. Oh no, it's number 32 actually. It's Fino. Ah, that's unfortunate then for Fino. He has crashed out of this one. Hopefully he's all okay. I think he was just getting up there and dusting himself off. So good to see that Fino is looking as though he's all okay after a bit of a nasty high side, that one.
Yeah, coming out of turn 5, unfortunately, for Fino. He's gone down the road there. We should mention, you mentioned at the top of the show, Jack, how cold it was. Less than 10 degrees, so they just need to probably make sure they're warming up the tyres a little bit more than they probably have been used to throughout the week. So not sure what happened to Fino there. Hopefully he's back up on his feet and he's all okay. Yeah, that's good to see. That is the main thing. Is that Fino? That's another rider that's gone down. It's Henry. So that looks like a separate incident. You can see Fino there up on his feet. So that is the main thing. Great to see the Italian back up on his feet. But yeah, a nasty one there.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a nasty one. So then, 12.5 laps to go in this race, and trust me, 12.5 laps around this place, it goes quite quick, but it's also a fairly long race for these youngsters. Of course, they're not certainly used to doing massive long distances. I'm sure they do plenty of laps and laps around their respective karting tracks from their own race tracks near them, but 11 laps to go here in the MiniGP World Series final, just for the race one. It is going to be a long old day for these guys, certainly. So then, Irfan at the front, he's definitely coming under a little bit of pressure from Zaragoza. You can see there, Guka's still latched on the back, but it is Ethan Sparks that set the fastest lap of the race at 44.8. That is quite quick indeed. We'll have to check back with the qualifying times from yesterday, but that certainly would have put him up there on the grid as well. So these top four then seem as though they're just starting to close together.
Yeah, good race unfolding here. Zaragoza just keeping tabs on the leader, Irfan, the top two in qualifying and on the grid, the top two in the race so far. And it's Guka who started P4. What's happened further now? I think it's a back marker, just confusing us there. So top four then, just breaking clear of the chasing pack. Tagashi in P5, the Japanese rider, just struggling to keep tabs with Sparks at this moment in time. Sparks, as we said, got a little bit of a bad start, but he's recovering well. Set the fastest lap of the race last time around. So keep your eye on Sparks as the back marker just gets out of the way there. Good job done, but this so far, Jack, looks like a good lap from the Malaysian race leader on the number 35 Irfan. He's just probably pulled a couple of tenths on Zaragoza, and then the number 47, as you can see there, Guka, is doing well to just keep tabs on the Spanish rider, and Sparks just gaining ground lap by lap, corner by corner.
Yeah, definitely. It does seem as though Sparks is starting to pull in that gap, and as you do say, Irfan, he's definitely opened out even more of an advantage in the second half of this lap. Certainly seems to have clicked into his rhythm now and found the pace that he needs to maintain and control this gap at the front. I'll tell you what as well, 5th and 6th place that certainly aren't doing too bad to hang on to Ethan Sparks. Obviously there you can see there actually Irfan, look at that, 3 tenths around here is quite a substantial chunk of time, so certainly he's got his skates on then, the Malaysian at the front of this race. And Zaragoza, if he wants to respond, he's going to have to do it quickly, because 9 laps to go. We're already churning through those laps, so there's not long left, and I think there won't be long left before Ethan Sparks is making a move here on the American Guka, maybe even down into the final corner. Doesn't look like he's done it this time around. We'll keep an eye on that as they come through then, because 8 laps to go and Ethan Sparks is making a contest for the podium here.
Yeah, Sparks was lining that up, wasn't he? But Guka just held the inside line round turn 11, the long left-hander, into turn 12. So good defensive riding from Guka on the number 47, the American rider. Sparks needs to try and make a move as soon as possible if he's going to have an answer for the top two. Irfan, again, setting the fastest after the race of 44.290. Does look like, though, that Zaragoza has just closed him back in slightly. Zaragoza did drop a couple of tenths on that last lap, and I know that Irfan's just set the fastest lap of the race, but it looks like on this lap, Zaragoza's just regaining ground slightly as Sparks coming into the final corner again, very, very close to the rear end of Guka, but can't quite make a move.
Yeah, Sparks is definitely going to have to make a move soon, because if he doesn't get past, then he doesn't get past Guka, I should say, then he is going to get overtaken by Tagashi. You can see there, Tagashi is all over the rear end of Ethan Sparks now, so the young Japanese rider. There you go, look at that, proof of exactly what's been happening there. 44.0, 2 tenths quicker than the fastest lap of the race from the lap before. So Tagashi is on the march here. The Japanese guy is closing in on Ethan Sparks.
2 tenths quicker than your race leader was Tagashi, so a fantastic lap time from the rider currently in 5th place. The duo behind Guka here needs to get a wriggle on, needs to try and make a move, because as you can see, that gap from the top 2 down to the final podium spot is ever growing. You can see parents and other people on the sidelines cheering their young riders on. Fantastic support down there, as always, in the MiniGP paddock. 6 laps to go, Jack. This race is going very, very quickly indeed. It looks like to me, don't know about you, that Zaragoza's just regrouped slightly and is starting to close back in on the front.
Yeah, it definitely does seem that way. I mean, you can see there behind as well. Oh, and Tagashi is through then on Ethan Sparks, so certainly good move from him where he's managed to pick that one off. Zaragoza then certainly starting to apply the pressure on, and the trouble is, as we're seeing with these races here in MiniGP, it's such a tight circuit that it can be hard to make a move. You really have to kind of force it and go for a little bit of a lunge and send it down the inside. I'm sure that we're about to see Tagashi try and do that, maybe down into turn 1 here as it pulls out of the slipstream. on that Avale 160, and he does. Lovely move then from Tagashi. Now we'll have to see if... Oh, I thought Guka was going to respond there up into turn 2, but he does not. So Tagashi is through into 3rd place, and of course he's been the fastest rider on track the last couple of laps. We'll see if he can close that gap into Zaragoza up ahead. He's got about a second and a half to do it. It's going to be a big ask to do it in just 5 laps.
Yeah, good move that from Tagashi, diving up the inside at turn 1. Use the slipstream to good effect. Ethan Sparks is looking menacing behind now, isn't he? He's seen Tagashi overtake him and then make sort of an easy pass into turn 1 on Guka. So Ethan Sparks is eager to get through here, and understandably so. When they cross the line, it'll be 4 laps to go, and just like that, plenty over half race distance. The top 2 are now locked together, Jack.
Yeah, certainly are then. So just under a 10th and a half, splitting Irfan and Zaragoza at the front. He is coming under all sorts of pressure, but so far Irfan is holding strong. Can he pick up the first race win of the day? Well, he's certainly piling the pressure on. 44.5 last time around for Irfan compared to a 44.3 from Zaragoza. I think it's going to be one of these where he's just going to have to absolutely go for it. We'll count it down these laps, as we do say. 3.5 to go, and it'll be 3 in about, what, 5 seconds time. So certainly these laps are ticking away fast indeed. We'll see what he can do now. Irfan's been running a real wide sweeping line through the final corner. I'm not sure he's going to be close enough, but we'll see as we go down into turn 1 now. He's going to pull out. No, he does not. So 1 more lap ticks away, and that is 1 more place defended then for Irfan in the lead.
Yeah, thought better of it there, did Zaragoza. Thought he was going to make a dive bomb at the inside, but he knows he's got 3 laps to make a move. He's right up the rear end now of the race leader Irfan, so he's just trying to figure out where he can make a pass. As you rightly said, Jack, earlier on, it's a very tight and twisty layout here, even on these small Avale 160cc machines, so it's very difficult to pass here. Is that Ethan Sparks diving up the inside at turn 8 and 9. A great job then from Sparks, finally gets the move done on Guka, and now he's going to try and chase down the 3rd place rider, Tagashi, to try and get on the podium in race 1.
Yeah, so it took some laps then for Ethan Sparks to get through on the American Guka, but he has finally done it. However, Tagashi does have a little bit of a gap there to Ethan Sparks, now chasing him in 4th place. So we'll see if Ethan can close that gap down. You can see there, it's just under half a second. But this gap at the front is much, much less. It's still that 10th and a half, and Zaragoza is looking menacing. He's looking all ways, ridge round him, left, right, and maybe he's going to go straight through him at some point. Rizzi's actually just set the fastest lap of the race. The Italian, I believe, is in 6th place. So we'll have to see if he's closing in on Guka as well. Maybe Guka's going to lose another position as we come down then. We'll start the final lap momentarily. Only 1 more then. Can Irfan hold on and take the first race win of the day? We're about to see. I don't think he's going to come under pressure at turn 1. So that's a big overtaking opportunity gone for Zaragoza.
Yeah, good latter half of the lap there from Irfan. Just made sure he had a little bit of a gap coming onto the front straight over Zaragoza. Zaragoza, unless he was going to make a daring lunge up the inside, wasn't going to make a move there. The number 35 of Irfan though goes a little bit defensive into turn 6. It's the sort of tight, twisty infield section, difficult to make a pass, but we did see Sparks make a pass just here at turns 8 and 9. So coming down to the final sector, Jack, it's anyone's game.
Yeah, he's going to have to look up the inside then into the final corner. I'm not sure he's going to be close enough, but you never know here. Irfan defends it lovely on the inside, just blocks him turning in. Underneath him, I think he's going to do it. It is going to be Irfan then. That wins the first race of the day here in 160cc class. Congratulations to Irfan. I believe that's his first win in the World Series final format. A fantastic start to the day for the young Malaysian, and he, the pole position man, has converted it to the first victory.
Expertly done from the Malaysian. You could see Zaragoza was just a little bit frustrated there, couldn't quite make a move once he'd caught Irfan back up after dropping to around about half a second down. So in the sort of second half of the race, Zaragoza was the quickest rider on track, the number 42 Spaniard, but couldn't make a move stick. As we say, difficult to sort of catch someone up, then it's even more difficult to try and overtake them, but expertly done from the Malaysian race winner. Yeah,
really good job. You've got to say those early laps where he was the quickest rider on track certainly helped to secure that. He just got a little bit of a gap at the front, and even then, when he was coming under pressure later in the race from Zaragoza, he was still lapping fairly fast. Wasn't quite the fastest person on track, but still doing a very, very good job indeed. And it was enough to hold off the pressure then from Zaragoza. So it will be Irfan then that takes the first race victory of the day. And I'm sure that his team are going to be very, very happy with that start. But of course, there's still a long, long way to go. You can see there that they are indeed happy. A bit of a hero's welcome for him after the 160cc race 1. Well deserved, but don't celebrate too much, boys, because there is race 2 and the super final still yet to come.
Yeah, great race 1 then here in the 160cc class. Understandably so. The Malaysians are very, very happy with that indeed. The perfect result to start the day with. This is Park Ferme of Zaragoza trying to park his little Avale machine up in P2. Enzo Zaragoza. A good race between the top two. Nothing splitting them really. And then Togashi doing very well to stand on the podium after starting from P8. Ethan Sparks just missing out in P4. And Guka finishing P5 in the end. A good battle for the final podium spot and a very good battle for the race win. So that's a good start to the day, Jack.
Yeah, very good start. You'd have to say that Togashi is one of the standout riders there, aside from Irfan and Zaragoza, of course, just ahead of him. But coming from 8th to 3rd around a track that's as tight as this, I mean, that's a hell of a job there from the young Japanese rider. So certainly, if he can get a little bit of a better start and maybe pick off a couple of those riders earlier on in the race, in race 2 later on, not much reason why he couldn't go for a potential race victory all the way from the middle of the 3rd row.
Yeah, next race coming up for the 160cc class at 11 AM local time, another 14 laps. Next up is race 1 from the 190cc class, 15 laps. And then the super finals, of course, coming up. We're going to get some replays now of the action that we've just seen, Jack. This is the race start.
Yeah, so you can see the race start. Some got it much better than others. A few of them were pointed skywards at the back there, but it was Irfan then that got the whole shot, and it was pretty much all she wrote in terms of Irfan's story for the race. Put those fast laps in at the start, and that was it. Togashi made some big progress there. You can see his move on Guka down into turn 1. A fantastic move that was. I think he was the only rider to make a move down into turn 1 using the traditional slipstream. But the slipstream wasn't enough for Zaragoza in the end, and he did finish 2nd, with Irfan taking the first race victory of the day, much to the excitement and also approval of his team there.
I was wrong. Guka just lost out on the run to the line in the race to finish inside the top 5. So I think it was Rizzi who was obviously setting really fast lap times at the end of the race. Just pipped Guka to the line. So a great photo finish there for P5 and P6.
So then, a little bit of a debrief after that race. I'm sure that the teams won't be taking it too serious or technical for these youngsters, of course, but they are also motorcycle racers, these young guys. Guys and girls, I have to say. We do have, of course, a couple of girls that have been with us this weekend. Unfortunately, I don't think that Fernandez is on the grid for these races. Unfortunately, just missed out in the qualifying races yesterday, but certainly very, very quick indeed. And so now, really, it's also like a little bit of a procession for these young riders. Of course, the podium ceremonies, particularly on a grand scale like this, with the boarding and everyone stood around, and also the fences. There we can see learning the traditional hand signs of motorcycle racers. Good job from Zaragoza there. Very, very close in the end. And also nice to see that between them, whether they're from Spain or Malaysia or Australia, regardless of what language they speak, it's quite nice to just see them interacting generally as motorcycle racers and youngsters that love to ride bikes. Yeah,
just how cool is it for these guys who are aged between 10 and 16 to come to, well, a Grand Prix circuit, first and foremost, the circuit Ricardo Tormo, Tiger Harder there, chatting to Togashi, sorry, I think, all smiles down there. Great race from the young Japanese rider. But for them to come to the same place, race on a great track as it is in front of their heroes, a great experience.
So then, there are your confirmed results. It is Irfan that takes the first win of the day by just over 1/10 of a second. Certainly very close across the line there with Zaragoza. Togashi takes 3rd from Sparks. Rizzi Guka. Kunatate, the 2nd Japanese rider, finishes in 7th. So good job from the 2 youngsters there. Finn Crattock came all the way through from, I think, 12th on the grid to finish 8th. So good job from him as well. Then Carbonell, Makare, Stankovic, Brittani, Kovalov, Rudolph, Kunawan, and also Jake Page, who was the last rider to make it through in the qualifying races yesterday. Takes 17th place, the young Australian. Completing our runners, you saw there that Ricky Henry unfortunately had a little bit of a crash early on, but it looks like he did remount and finish that race. So good job to him, as well as Johan Dubois. And Lorenzo Fino, the Italian that high-sided out on, I believe, the 2nd lap. So hopefully he is all good to go for race 2 later on.
Here's your championship standings then. Of course, the only race of the day so far, so it's how you were in the race. Irfan, a full 25 points to start the day, with Zaragoza and Tagashi on the podium, picking up 20 points and 16 apiece. Ethan Sparks, 13 points after a close P4 finish. Then it was Luca Rizzi just pipping Nathan Guca to the line, as the Italian and American duo sit P5 and P6. Further down the order there are your point scorers. Carbonell, Makari, Stankovic down the order there. Your top 15 all picking up points, of course, ahead of race 2 later on. And then for the super final race, the top 20 in the championship will be heading into that race. Grid positions will be how the championship standings are. And don't forget, it is double points in the super final race. It's called a super final for a reason, so we look forward to that a little bit later on. Going to get the first podium of the day though, Jack. 3 different nationalities on the podium, a good start.
Yeah, definitely good start. That's of course kind of the whole point of this Mini GP World Series final, bringing in all of the riders from I believe it's 17 different Mini GP series representing across the Mini GP ecosystem, shall we say. But here is your podium ceremony.
Here at the 2023 FIM Mini GP World Final. And in 3rd place, please welcome to the podium from the FIM Mini GP Japan Series, Kotaro Tagashi. And in 2nd place by almost nothing, very close finish there, please welcome FIM Mini GP Spain's Enzo Zaragoza. And starting the day on the top step and from pole position, please welcome FIM Mini GP Malaysia's Kabil Irfan. And then presenting the trophies to our first 3 podium finishers will be Fabrizio Datavi, the Group Power Sports Communication Manager from Matul. And first is the 3rd place trophy to Kotaro Tagashi. And Fabrizio will also present the 2nd place to Enzo Zaragoza. And finally, the first winner's trophy of the day is presented to Kabil Irfan from Malaysia. So, ladies and gentlemen, our first national anthem of the day is that of Malaysia.
So congratulations then to Irfan for the first race victory of the day. Thank you as well to Fran Wild for doing the podium ceremony. She is also our pit lane reporter today. We didn't have so much time to go down and chat to Fran earlier on the grid, but we will do that ahead of 190cc race 1, so we can get a little bit of insight as to what the atmosphere is like down there and the grid before racing. But of course, before we do that with 190cc race 1, here are your highlights from race 1 in the 160cc.
This is start then. Irfan on pole, got the launch he would have wanted. Zaragoza into P2.
I know is this, my crew gon' step. All I know is this, my boys gon' rap. My crew gon' step, my crew gon' step, my crew gon' step, my crew gon' step, my crew gon' step.
Hello, hello, yeah.
Welcome back to Valencia, and we are getting ready for the 190cc race 1. So for the first time then we will have televised race for the brand new class here in MiniGP at the World Series Final. The 190cc bikes, well, they're pretty much similar to the 160cc bikes. They're just a little bit bigger of an engine, so a little bit more power, but still certainly quite a small machine indeed. As you can see then, the sun is still shining, and it's glorious down there. And speaking of down there, we do have our pit lane reporter, Fran, who hopefully we'll be able to cross over to now. Fran, can you hear us? Hopefully you can. And just give us a bit of insight as to what's going on down there. It seems that maybe Fran can't hear us yet. So hopefully we'll be able to catch up with her in a second. I'll send her a WhatsApp and see what's going on. Anyway then, so as you can see, the grid is getting ready. And this one, Elliot, the 190cc, I'm quite interested to see just what these bikes are like out there on track.
Yeah, brand new class, like you say, excited for this one. A little bit quicker, a little bit bigger. The age range is from 12 to 16, so you've got to be slightly older than you do to compete in the 160cc class. So yeah, excited for this one. Some familiar names in MiniGP. We've got the two reigning champions in last year's champion, Gabriele Vuono from Italy, and Ethan Rodriguez, our debut winner back in 2021. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting race. Some housekeeping, Jack. First and foremost, the pole sitter who was meant to be on pole, Alvaro Lucas, was disqualified from qualifying, unfortunately, due to a technical infringement. So he will now start from P12 on the grid, just ahead of the three qualifiers who came through the qualifying races yesterday. So that means it is Rodriguez on the number 74 who will now start from pole.
Okay, so I think we can cross now to Fran, and hopefully she can hear us this time, and we can hear her.
Hello, I was replying to you, but sadly I don't believe I was getting through. Can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you loud and clear. Hopefully those at home
Beautiful.
watching on can as well. What's going on down there, Fran? Give us the lowdown.
There's not that much going on down here, to be fair. As you said at the start of race one for the 160s, it is sunny but chilly, but it is getting a bit warmer now down here. So yeah, certainly improving as the day goes on. At one point it might be jacket-free weather, we can only hope. But yeah, it's an interesting grid, this one. Some familiar names, like you were saying, from MiniGP in the 160 class before, and also for those of you who tune in for the Idemitsu Asia Talent Cup, which I'm sure is literally everyone. But we have Farish Hafi, Levi Russo, those two guys in the Malaysia series and the Australia series here, also been racing in the ATC. So Elliot, for sure for you, there's some familiar names. But yeah, all eyes then on Ethan Rodriguez, who has known glory at this wonderful karting circuit before. But Lucas, for sure, from 12th on the grid, bit of a job to do, but did have some serious pace in practice.
Cheers, Fran. Yep, some familiar names indeed. I've enjoyed commentating on the Asia Talent Cup this year. Levi Russo, best result of P6 a couple of times in the Asia Talent Cup. The Australian, watch out for Levi Russo. And Farish
the stat man,
as
initially,
well.
he's straight in there with the stats. I'm very impressed.
You've got to be straight in there with
I'm
stats.
not sure I
could
pull that straight off the top of my head, to be fair.
And then Farish Hafai was P9 in the standings in the 2023 season, a best of P4. He was in contention to win back in Malaysia, but unfortunately crashed out in Hafai. But good to see those two who have qualified and are on the grids. As we look down further the grids, this is the reigning champion in the 160cc class, Jack. Gabriele Vuono took a great victory here last year. P5 on the grid, a good qualifying for the young Italian. Going to be interesting to see what he can do today.
Yeah, actually a wild conclusion as well to the grand final last year, where coming through the final corner, it wasn't actually Vuono that was leading. Coming into the final corner, it was indeed, I think it was Finn Krasik that was leading. Almost high-sided himself, saved it, but unfortunately lost that time, and Vuono went on to cross the line and win the series indeed. So certainly a dramatic one there. Here's Tobias Kiplitzer. He's also a familiar name from last year for those that did watch along in the MiniGP World Series final. He's on 6th on the grid, certainly not bad qualifying indeed. And it was very, very close in qualifying, the same as the 160cc class. So we'll see how everything shakes out here with, I believe it's 15 laps coming up for us in the race one of the day for the 190cc class.
Certainly is 15 laps coming up. You can hear the sirens in the background just giving us a signal as it's nearly time to race here. In race one, Ryder Davies qualified in P7. The American giving the thumbs up to the camera, looking cool, calm and collected is young Ryan. He'll be hoping to get a good start and go with the leaders from the USA Pennsylvania rider Davis, so watch out for him. A good qualifying, and just alongside him on the grid is Durdis on the number 55 machine, and then comes Farish Hafai, the first of the ATC runners, running out your top 3 rows. Farish Hafai, I think this is going to be Durdis we're looking at, the Czech rider, number 55. Decent qualifying inside the top 10. We saw in the 160cc race, didn't we, Jack, that if you don't get the best of starts, then you can get picked off by a couple of the riders going into turn 1. It's only a short run, of course, a little karting track, but on these machines it's a very, very quick lap indeed, as the Mini Electric pace setter race car, safety car, sorry, gets the lap underway.
Race car, a little
shortly.
bit optimistic there.
It looks like a race car.
It's probably still quite quick, you know, electric. It's probably got some punch. Anyway, we're coming into race time. Hopefully we'll see some of the riders further back on the grid, because there are some ones that are well worth pointing out. Good to see some representation from the USA. There's also Josh Raymond that I won the second qualifying race yesterday, so he takes the last slot on the grid. So good job coming along and joining his teammate Ryder Davis. So 2 American riders on the grid. This is the number 74 of Izan Rodriguez, the pole sitter. We'll see what happens. That, of course, inherited that pole after his Spanish teammate was indeed disqualified from that pole position. I believe we can have a full rundown of the grid very, very shortly indeed. 1 minute to go. All the mechanics will be going off the grid. And this is your grid then. So it is Rodriguez on pole position from Patelli and Wagner. Savino Vuono, the 2022 World Series final winner, is in 5th from Kittler. Davis, Durdis and Hafai in 9th.
Russo is in P10 from Erlas and Lucas. Sylvain, Dunker and Raymond were your qualifiers from the races. Lucas, remember, did qualify in pole, but has that technical infringement penalty, so he'll start from the back of row 4 for race 1. So look out for Lucas. Set a blistering pace in qualifying. He'll be hoping to carve his way through the pack nice and quickly. 15 laps, not too many laps as we saw in the 160cc race to try and get yourself to the front. It goes very, very quickly indeed, and he knows that some of the riders up front at the starting grids have good pace, so Lucas needs a good start from P12 to try and get himself into that podium battle early on.
One rider to point out is the one girl that we have on the grid, Anina Erlas, the German who actually won the Austria series this year, so certainly very, very fast indeed. She will launch from 11th place on the grid, so good to see some female representation here in the 190cc class, particularly in this 190cc class with the slightly bigger bike, so watch out for her. She's definitely fast, so will be coming through, you can be sure, from 11th on the grid. So keep your eyes peeled there for the number 62 in the background. That's actually her on screen there, so good to see Anina out there. But coming around to the grid then, it will be Rodriguez that will line up from pole position. And it's going to be interesting to see what happens here in this race. Of course, we haven't seen these 190cc bikes on track in certainly a televised situation anywhere yet. They're going to race a little bit different, and I'm intrigued to see just what happens here.
Yes, so am I. So the starting grid then forms, and we will shortly be underway for race 1 of 2. Then it's the Superfinal race later on, of course. Ethan Rodriguez, of course, the 2021 title winner. What's he going to do this time around?
Here we go then, under starters orders, revs up and lights are out, and it looks like a great start from the number 67 in the middle of the front row. Patelli, the Italian, he's not quite going to get the whole shot though. Rodriguez sweeps around the outside at turn 1, and he will lead coming through and turn 2 early now in lap number 1. It looked as though it's all fairly holding stations behind. I think Buono may have lost one position, I'm not quite sure. The number 65, it looks like he is just held there in 5th position behind his teammate Savino. So on holding stations then as we come through to complete the first part of lap 1.
Yeah, good starts all round from your sort of top 6 on the grid. Thought that Patelli was going to dive at the inside at turn 1, but Rodriguez was nice and late on the brakes, took a wide sweeping line and got the whole shot into turn 1 on the number 74 machine. As you can see already, there's a little bit of a gap opening up between the top 2 and 3rd place Wagner from MiniGP Australia. About 7/10 as they cross the line between Rodriguez, Patelli, and then the little gap there to Wagner. So early on in this race, the top 2 streaking clear.
sorry. For all of our German-speaking listeners and viewers, I must say it's Wegner.
Wegner. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fran. We'll have to carry on
Always
with that.
here for the details.
Yeah, Fran, ever the linguist, keeps us in check when it comes to that sort of stuff. So then, the top two, as Elliot said, are certainly streaking clear already, and even third place, Wegner is certainly doing the same as well. So a little bit of a runaway show there. You can see some exuberant hand waving coming from the other side of the pit wall. So certainly get a shift on, I think was the message there, as it looks as though these top two are trying to check out already.
Fastest lap of the race, as it just pops up on your screen there for Rodriguez, 42.509, a couple of tenths quicker than Pratelli went at 42.7. Those were the only two riders in the 42s. Just on Lucas' watch from MiniGP Spain, the rider who got disqualified from qualifying, he's already up into P6 at 43 flat, so half a second down, but he's just carving his way through the pack nicely. But these two, Jack, setting a very, very strong pace early doors, Rodriguez and Pratelli, and then it's Wegner trying to close the gap and keep Buono behind him. Buono, of course, the last year's winner, top 5 incidentally, top 4, sorry, all in the 42. So the pace, obviously, as we expected, picking up here nicely.
Yeah, certainly a very hot pace indeed. As you can see there, Rodriguez once again sets another fastest lap of the race in these early laps, and it doesn't look like Pratelli's able to respond at this point. The Italian had just fallen back even more. I think the gap's now out to about 3/4 of a second. So number 67 on that Avalo GP2 190 does need to get a little bit of a wriggle on if he wants to close in Rodriguez and take this first race win of the day. Of course, a long way to go, but already with that gap, you'd have to say it's only going to go one way. And again, Rodriguez sets another fastest lap of the race, 42.1.
Yeah, 4 tenths quicker than Pratelli went last time around. You can see visually that he was quicker on that lap time. It can be difficult to tell sometimes, but on these smaller bikes, the gap does open up pretty quick on a short circuit as well. It's easier to spot than it is on the Grand Prix tracks, of course. So you can see confirmation of 42.5 from Pratelli. Not a slow lap by any means, but not the pace that Rodriguez is setting so far. Lucas has moved up into the top 5 now on the number 72 machine. He set a 42.2. He was the second quickest rider on track last time around. So Lucas making great progress from P12 on the grid, but unfortunately qualifying that low down or getting the penalty to move in that low down is going to cost him a chance of race victory.
Yeah, Lucas then certainly very, very fast indeed, and he's actually starting to put Buono under some pressure now. So the 2022 World Series final winner is coming under a fair bit of pressure, and he could do ideally with pinching through on Wegner just ahead, but it doesn't look at the minute as he's able to do that. As look at that gap at the front now. It's about a second and a half. Rodriguez has really put the miles in at the minute, and you can see there actually Wegner is much quicker than Pratelli now as well. So Pratelli, that second place that was falling away from the race winner, race leader I should say, it certainly looks as though he's now going to come under fire for that P2.
Yeah, good podium fight unveiling here, isn't it, between these riders. It's Rodriguez the leader, 2 seconds clear now of Pratelli in second place, and as you can see on your screens, this is the fight for the final podium position that's spicing up nicely. Lucas making great ground. To be only 3 seconds off the lead at this stage is a job well done. Set at 42.2 last time around as well.
Someone's down ahead. Who was that?
Durdis.
Oh, Roman Durdis has gone down. So that's a shame then. Roman Durdis has crashed out of a strong position. It looks as though... Oh, it's actually Rodriguez.
Well.
Oh, unbelievable. So the race leader has crashed out here with 8.5 laps to go. He's limping a little bit, but it does look as though he's okay. Well, he was setting a fast pace out front, and it proves that maybe it was a little bit too fast. They made that crucial error, and he's thrown away a potential race victory there. So now Pratelli then does inherit the lead, but as we did say, Wegner was starting to close in on Pratelli, but it seems as though actually that charge up towards second place, which is now first, has somewhat come to a little bit of a halt at the moment. But we'll have to keep an eye on it. It is 1.1 the gap at the minute, but now you have to say that Lucas in third place from 12th on the grid could be eyeing up a potential victory here.
Yeah, I said he was out of victory contention a couple of laps ago, and now he's right back in it. Interesting to see what happened to the race leader. Clearly pushing was Fernandez, so interesting to see what happened. Good to see him back up on his feet. That is the main thing, of course, but this has changed the complexity of this race twofold. The number 67 will come across the line, Pratelli, the 42.5 matched by Wegener, the number 64. Lucas setting the fastest lap of the top three, the 42.2. So 3/10 quicker there. You can see pretty much 3/10 quicker than your leader in second place. So Lucas is the rider to watch at this moment in time.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be hard, though, for Lucas to get past Wegener. We've seen that Wegener's been there, although he looks at the inside there, maybe trying to do a cheeky move through into turn 7 and 8, but no, not possible just yet. But you've got to say, he's all over him like a rash now. Surely a move is coming at some point. Will he look up the inside into the final corner? He does. Lovely stuff. Catches him by surprise. Wegener takes a quick look over his left shoulder to see if anyone else is closing in behind. Well, Vagono is right there, but he's not close enough in striking distance. So Lucas then, the one that was on pole, then wasn't, all the way back in 12th, is through into second place.
Yeah, that's a great move down at turn 12, the final corner. We're going to see plenty more of that throughout the day. Lost a little bit of time to the race leader, did Lucas, in trying to overtake Wegener, but now he has clean track ahead of him. 1.2 seconds, 1.4 seconds, sorry, was the gap over the line. You can expect that to come down little by little over the closing laps. 5.5 to go. It's going to be interesting to see how quickly Lucas can close down Fratelli and try and make a move.
Yeah, I'll have to keep an eye on him. You saw there immediately he was already changing his lines, able to run the ones that he wants to, and he opened up the little switchback onto the back straight massively. Actually, Fratelli there is just catching a back marker. I believe that might have been, was it Durdis that's remounted? I'm not too sure. We'll have to see what happens there. Kitzbühel has unfortunately gone down. That's a shame for the number 63. Hope he is all okay. It was indeed Durdis. So Durdis, after his crash, up and back on the bike. That's good to see at least anyway. But what that has meant is he has lost a significant amount of time. And this gap is now, well, it's looking to me like it could be under a second very, very soon indeed. I don't think it's quite yet. Hopefully Lucas can get through sharpish on Durdis as well. But it looks like he hasn't been able to get through into the final corner. He's going to have to make a move quick because with 4 laps to go now, time is running out very fast indeed.
Yeah, even trying to negotiate past Durdis. 3/10 was the gap over the line quicker than Fratelli. Under a second for the first time now between the top two. Fran?
Hello, yes, I'm sorry. I will have to interrupt you because I've kidnapped Joel Kelso and now made him wait ever since our dramatic crash out the race lead. But Joel, you aren't officially the Australia Series ambassador, but it's great to see you down here supporting those guys. Are you giving them some tips and tricks? Are you hanging out? Are you on a fan visit? What's the situation?
Yeah, it's good. I train with some of the kids when I go back in Australia and do the Vales back in Oz. So it's good to see them over here and actually putting it to work over here. I mean, we did a lot of training together, and I think, yeah, now they're over here trying to prove themselves, so it's awesome to see.
It's good, right? And I think the level, they seem to be a little bit closer than they were last year and, the first year of the series. That's good to see, you know, because you've got to kind of bridge that gap when you do come over and race against those from all over the world.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this year we've done a really good job in Australia with the Valley Championship, and I think it's really stepped the kids up. Also, even when I ride there with them, they almost push me. So it's good that I think the next time I come back, they're going to be beating me. So I'm going to have to step up my game as well.
Well, we'll see. Thanks, Joel. Best of luck.
Thank you.
So good to hear from Joel Kelso, but that was perfect timing indeed, as then Lucas does dive up the inside to take the lead. The number 72 then from 12th on the grid is all the way up into P1. What a ridiculous comeback he's pulled off here in 190cc race 1. Interesting to see if Fratelli can respond at all, but the speed advantage that Lucas has at the moment, this could be it with just 1.5 laps left to go here in race 1.
Yeah, closed down about 7/10 of a second there, including the overtake, did Lucas. Fantastic stuff from the number 72, but so far Fratelli is staying with him. Fratelli not having the pace so far this race as Lucas does, but now he can stick behind him, get into the draft, maybe learn a thing or two from the number 72, but with 1 lap to go, he's got to make his move quickly. But he is staying with him, Jack, which is good to see.
He is staying with him, and he's going to get a little bit of slipstream. They do actually say that you get a tiny bit of slipstream here, even in these tiny little pocket bikes, essentially what they are. So we'll see what he can learn on this final lap. He's definitely close enough for a bit of a lunge. He has a cheeky look up the inside to turn 2, but it's a bit too tight through there. I think really it's going to be that final corner. We've seen a varying range of lines coming into the final one, so surely he has to go for a bit of a lunge.
Yeah, that's the only real possibility now for Fratelli to try and make a lunge up the inside. And if you do it at the final corner, of course, you're leaving the rider with no chance to try and bite back. So yeah, it is going to come down to the final corner, Jack. Interesting to see what happens.
Here it is then. This is the final corner coming now. I don't think he's going to be close enough. He does have a little look at the inside, but Lucas has covered it off superbly, unless this GP2 blows up to the line. I think it's all done. Lucas then does win race 1 here in the 190cc class from 12th to 1st. A remarkable comeback. Pratelli takes 2nd place. Good job from him to pull that one out the bag as well. But really, what a ride from Lucas on a level of his own there, you have to say, Elliot.
Yeah, sensational stuff. 12 years old, remember, winner of the Spanish MiniGP series this year. So one to watch for the future for sure is Lucas. A fantastic ride from 12th on the grid. We wrote him off early doors, well I did anyway. So apologies to Lucas there, won't write him off again because that was a fantastic ride. We didn't get a replay of what happened to Rodriguez, who crashed out of the lead on number 74. It'll be interesting to see how much Lucas would have closed Rodriguez down, the 2021 champion, but it was good to see him back up on his feet. So yeah, hopefully we get a replay to see what happened, but not taking anything away from Lucas. That was a phenomenal effort.
Yeah, definitely. It would have been interesting to see, as you do say, what would have happened there if Rodriguez hadn't have crashed out early on in that race, because he was already, what, like a 2.5 seconds clear at the front? He was certainly got his skates on. So you do have to say the number 72 of Lucas would have had a hard task to reel in his Spanish teammate, the number 74. There you go then. I'm sure that is most likely Lucas's family, or at least someone on the podium there anyway. But a big round of applause for all these riders, because that was a good race indeed.
Yeah, solid effort from the top 3, and then Buono finishing a close P4. Just a couple attempts off the podium was the Italian, and then Savino, also the young Italian, rounding out your top 5. Pratelli rode a fantastic race, didn't have enough to take it to Lucas in the end, but finished less than 2 tenths off the victory. To lead for that long and to have the rider behind closing you down lap by lap, corner by corner, can't be easy. So Pratelli did very well to hang with Lucas once he did pass him. Didn't quite have enough to try overtake at the final corner. It would have been a late lunge for Pratelli, so thought better of it in the end, but a great ride from both of the top 2, and Wagner in P3 as well. Am I still saying that wrong? I might be saying it wrong. Apologies.
Yeah, we'll ask Fran.
We'll ask Fran. I'm sure she'll tell me off if I am. But yeah, get ready for the podium ceremony. The Parc Fermé underway now.
Just looking a little bit further down the finishes there was a good ride actually from Australian Cameron Dunker, who came from 14th on the grid to 9th place right at the end. So certainly a good job indeed. Hopefully now we will be able to see some replays of the race, and more importantly, we need to see what happened there with Rodriguez, as we do say, with that unfortunate crash. This might be it, actually. Oh, no, this is the race-winning move then. So this is the 72 of Lucas diving up the inside at the final corner on the 67 Pratelli. Lovely, clean move. Fantastic job there. And you can see that once he had that move done, well, there wasn't really too much of a threat coming the way of Lucas either. Power into the line to take victory in race 1 for the 190cc class, and even trying to do a little wheelie as well. I think you might need a little more horsepower to pull that one off.
And a little bit of a longer straight as well to try and get it up in the air. But yeah, good to see the riders enjoying themselves post-race. Hopefully in the highlights in a few moments' time, or after the podium ceremony, we do get to see what happened to Rodriguez. He'll be back out, of course, in race 2 to try and make amends, but his title hopes in the 190cc class, Rodriguez, has taken a slight dent.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, the grid positions for the Superfinal later are based on the championship standings after race 1 and race 2. So a no score for Rodriguez in this one certainly will not do him any good in terms of that. I mean, he did technically finish 15th place, so 1 point on offer there for Rodriguez, but definitely with Lucas picking up a full fat 25 points going into the Superfinal later, it will likely be that he's some way off the total that Alvaro Lucas does have. So there it is then, confirmed. Alvaro Lucas, your winner in race 1 for the 190s from Pratelli. Wagner Buono, the champ from last year, finishing 4th. Good job from him on his debut in the 190s. Savino, Davis, Hafai, Russo and Dunker, as we do say, Dunker coming through from 14th on the grid to 9th place, avoiding some of the chaos. So good job. Anina Erlas, she takes top 10. Good job from her. I believe she was 12th on the grid, so picking up a couple of places as well. Tobias Kiplitzer, he finishes 11th from Josh Raymond, Edgar Sylvan, Roman Durdis, who crashed early on as well and then remounted, and the luckless Ivan Rodriguez.
Here's your championship standings then, as you were from the race, of course, after the opening race of the day for the 190cc class. But it is now time for the podium ceremony.
Please welcome from the FIM MiniGP Spain Series, the winner, Alvaro Lucas. And presenting the trophies is Giorgio Barbier, the head of two-wheel motorsport at Pirelli. And first it will be the third place trophy for Ben Wigner. And Giorgio will also present the second place trophy to Lorenzo Pratelli. And from 12th on the grid to the top step, congratulations to our first 190 winner, Alvaro Lucas. And now we will listen to the national anthem of Spain. Enhorabuena, Alvaro. And now we will ask the riders to take a photo with Giorgio Barbier from Pirelli.
So congratulations then to Alvaro Lucas, who takes the first race victory of the day in the 190cc class. You can see some scuffs from a former little slip-off that he must have had yesterday during qualifying or during free practice on Tuesday. Something that's quite cool, actually, is that when the riders turn up here, they get given all the kit for the weekend for them. So here are the highlights then of race one, not race two, race one of the MiniGP 190cc class. It was a good start from the front row, from the top three. Nothing too much changed going down into turn one, but it was indeed at that point Izan Rodriguez on the number 74 that was leading. You can see there backing it into turn 5 there, certainly doing a fantastic job out front, but it was fantastic until it wasn't. Oh, and there it is. It was a big crash indeed then. Bit of a high side on the change of direction, so no wonder he was limping. We do hope that Izan is all okay and good to go for race 2 later. I'm sure he is, probably just a bit of a stinger. But behind, it was Lucas that was making up the positions and the time and putting the race leader then under pressure, Pratelli, before the pressure was too much. And Pratelli was demoted back down to second place. Only one lap for Lucas to hold on, and that he did, to storm across the line to take victory in race 1 for the 190cc class, and a full fat 25 points headed on to race 2. Perfect start then for Alvaro Lucas here in the 190 class.
Love is ill. I wish that it was safe to live in the dark.
is this. My crew gon' step. All I know is this. My boys gon' rap. My crew gon' step. My crew gon' step. My crew gon' step. My crew gon' step. My crew gon' step.
guess are you? Jose? Okay. I was thinking, how you decided to join this race in Malaysia?
We're dream chasers.
to the FIM MiniGP World Series final for 2023. You're joining us for the third race of the day, 160cc race 2 coming up very, very shortly indeed. We're just approaching around about 11 o'clock local time here in Valencia, and as you can see, it's still a little bit chilly, but certainly warmer than the 7 degrees that it was this morning. At least now it's 13 degrees, but yes, as you can see as well, lovely blue skies, clear sunshine today, so not too bad when you're stood out there in the sun. It's also not bad for myself, Jack Gorson, Elliot York alongside me in the commentary box either. Maybe a little bit chilly, but it's actually all right. There you can see, certainly wrapped up warm when they're in the shade there on the grandstand, but enjoying it nonetheless. And we are as well ready to get underway for race 2 for the 160cc class. A big one, this one, Elliot, particularly for the championship heading towards the Superfinal.
Certainly is, yep. Super final up next for these riders after this race. So championship positions important because they decide the grid for the super final race. And it's called a super final because it's double points on offer. On pole position, once again though, will be Kabil Irfan, expertly done in race 1 for the Malaysian. Just tipped Zaragoza to the line by 1/10 of a second. A fascinating race earlier on. Conditions have improved, as Jack was saying. It was bitterly cold this morning walking into the track. Really, really cold indeed. Bit of a chilly wind as well, a chilly breeze. But down there, it seems to be warming up very nicely. The track temperature's coming up, so hopefully that'll be good news for the riders as well. We'll hopefully go down to Fran, who's down there on the ground sooner rather than later, to get some latest juicy gossip from down there. But that is your pole sitter, Kabil Irfan. Sorry, excuse me. As I said earlier on today, great race, led from start to finish from pole position, and Zaragoza just dropped back slightly, didn't he, in race 1, about half a second, and then managed to bridge the gap back again.
I'm going to have to interrupt you there, sorry,
Go for
because
it,
we're tight for time. We've got Fahmi Khairuddin, Malaysian superstar, of course, former Grand Prix rider, and also very involved in a lot of different talent promotion projects in Malaysia. Race 1 went okay for you, won it. How are you feeling now? It's been a good show so far from you guys.
Yeah, I'm super proud of the progress that we did all over the weekend. We start from pole, definitely helps us to be in front, and yeah, we are in the different part of the world. We are coming from Asia, and performing and winning in Europe definitely make us really proud.
And you said you've gone from 40 degrees to about 10, so best of luck. That's impressive already.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it's okay. I mean, because I've been in Europe more than 10 years. I think for the other boys, for the little kids, they might be very cool in the bike. So I think, yeah, we hope we can continue with the same performance in race 2.
Well, best of luck, Fahmi. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
Good to hear there from Fahmi Khairuddin, of course, former Grand Prix rider. And then also it was nice to see on the grid as well, stood next to Ethan Sparks, Danny Webb there, former Grand Prix rider himself, and also World Endurance, done very well in the World Endurance paddock has Danny Webb. So nice to see some experienced hands down here on the grid, actively involved with the project, of course, and those individual MiniGP series as well.
Interesting point from Fahmi Khairuddin there about the travel that the guys, especially from Asia, that are doing to come over here. Completely different conditions than what they're used to racing over there, of course. It's something that we can easily forget. Obviously, all the Europeans will be used to sort of these conditions throughout the winter time. These are sort of tracks that they know, especially the Spaniards all know this track quite well. So it's a little bit of an extra sort of pat on the back for the Asian guys who are up the sharp end of the field, because it's a long way to travel, of course, completely different environment, culture as well. Got the language barrier when you're coming over to these sort of places in the world as well, speaking their second language of English. So yeah, a difficult task for them. Obviously great for them to have this experience, of course, but it's an important point to raise.
Yeah, definitely. Something that we often kind of forget to consider, you know, compared to our own personal situations and some of the more Europe-based riders that do travel down here. Nice to see as well Lucas Tulovic hanging over the pit wall there, about to watch this race unfold. Of course, in Moto2 this year, unfortunately he's not in in the Moto2 World Championship next year, but Lucas Tulovic, very, very experienced Moto2 rider, so I'm sure he's out there giving some advice to some of the MiniGP riders as well. And it's probably like that was something that we've seen in the past as well with the World Final here for MiniGP series. That it's quite nice for the established riders that are in the World Championship to come down and look at some grassroots racing and kind of remind them of what it was like for them, and also how different it is now, you know, with a real nice stage here.
If I can interrupt you again there. We've actually got reigning MotoGP World Champion Pecco Bagnaia down here in the Italy box. He's waving at me. Pecco, can I ask you a question on the live? I was going to leave you in peace, but you've said hello to me. Pecco, it's really great to see you here, and I'm sure for these guys, they must be very excited to see you as well.
I don't know, maybe yes. If I was them and I was in the MotoGP rider, yes.
Exactly. So you are bringing some star presence, but this is a super valuable project, right? I mean, you've had a bit of an interesting path to where you are now. Of course, factory Ducati rider and already a MotoGP World Champion. Maybe again on Saturday, maybe again on Sunday. We'll see. But do you think it's a great project and something that's really important to support to help these guys get their start?
I think it's a really, really great challenge for them. Many nationalities, many riders, and it's true that with all the same bikes, I think it's something very good, and they are demonstrating that really want to be competitive, in front of many people. In Valencia, for many of them, it's the first time they are flying, so it's something very good. I really appreciate what this kind of thing, so I think they are enjoying a lot.
And we really appreciate you coming down, so thank you very much.
Grazie.
Great to hear from the reigning world champion, Pecco Bagnaia. How long will he be reigning world champion for, Jack? We'll find out, of course.
You said it.
On Saturday and Sunday. But here is the starting grid then for race 2. Irfan on pole from Zaragoza and Sparks, Guka, Dubois and Rizi on row 2, with Fino, Tagashi the podium finisher in race 1, and Stankovic on row 3.
Yeah, eyes on Tagashi once again, going from that 8th place on the grid to 3rd last time out. His Japanese teammate Kunitati starts in 10th from Makari, Kratok Will, then Rudolf, Brittani, Carbonell, and also Kovalov, Henry and Marzuki at the back there. Completing the runners and riders, we do have Kuneawan and also Page.
I'm excited for this one, Jack. Important, of course, for the Superfinal coming up later on as well. Points on offer, important points, grid positions for the Superfinal race at stake as well. Interesting to see what start Sparks makes, because he struggled to get off the line in race 1 on the number 15, just to the right hand side of the grid, so he'll be wanting to get a better start than he did last time around.
Yeah, definitely. Certainly needs to get a good start, because as we saw, it's a little bit difficult to overtake. It's certainly not impossible around here in this karting circuit at Valencia, but definitely quite difficult. We'll see how he goes this time from the line. He's got the whole shot on the warm-up lap, so that's a good omen, you would have to say. But we'll look forward to the actual start there. You can see the championship standings then. Of course, it's literally just the finishing order from the first race. So Irfan does lead it by 5, and then Tagashi is in 3rd, 9 back with Sparks there in 4th place, just 12 points behind. We'll have to see how it all shakes out at the end of this one. 14 laps coming up, and it could be quite a different story to the first race. We'll have to see. It depends really if Irfan gets as clean a getaway as he did last time.
Yeah, it certainly does. Zaragoza stuck with him for the entirety of the race, had good pace in the latter half of the race, did the number 42 Spaniard. So it is going to be interesting to see how this one plays out.
So then, they're all pulling into their starting positions. Everybody's leaning forward. Very, very eager stance from all these guys. The lights are on, and now they will be off. Oh, and it's a poor start from the middle of the front row. That's Enzo Zaragoza. I think also then that made... Oh, someone's down in the background. Hope that rider is okay. That looked like a little bit of a nasty one. But I think Ethan Sparks had to roll out of it when Zaragoza also had that moment off the start. And all it has meant is actually Zaragoza, after a poor getaway, has managed to salvage that 2nd place anyway. So Irfan leads then from Zaragoza and Sparks.
Yeah, Zaragoza's done well to hold P2 there, not lose too much time on Irfan, who got a perfect launch. Once again, Sparks just showing a wheel up the inside at turn 8 and 9. That's where he made a move last time around on Goika. So Ethan Sparks into turn 8 and 9. That's a popular passing manoeuvre for the young British rider. Slightly wide from Irfan coming out of the final corner, but a solid opening lap, the perfect first lap for the pole sitter.
Glad to see that whoever that was that did go down on the first lap has been moving up and out of the way, so that is good news indeed. Not too sure who that was, but we'll bring that to you as soon as we do find out. But as you can see then, looks as though Zaragoza is up for this one. He's right on the back of Irfan after that difficult start. Is he going to go for the inside? He does on lap 2. Oh, but he gets swept across the node. And Irfan does still hang on to that lead for now. 13.5 laps to go, though. A long, long way to go in this race. And also, Ethan Sparks is looking quite racy this time, too. He's there in third. I believe it was actually Carbonell that went down from MiniGP France, so hopefully he is okay, the young Frenchman.
Yeah, certainly was. Back on track, though, the 35 and the 42. Irfan versus Zaragoza. Zaragoza sets the fastest lap of the race, unsurprisingly, has closed that gap down. It wasn't a big gap, but he was within 1/10 of a second over the line. Sparks just a slightly slower than the top 2 last time around, but not by much at all. Less than 1/10 in it between the top 3. So the top 3 showing good pace so far in the early exchanges. Goica is in 4th with Rizzi and Fino, the 2 Italians in P5 and P6 so far. So good laps being set by the top 2. The sort of top 8 were all in the 44s, and then so was Stankovic in the 44 as well in P11.
To the inside, here he goes. Oh, picks him up underneath at the final corner and then runs him wide as well. So Zaragoza does take the lead, but I'm sure that Irfan will have something to say about that. Ethan Sparks now is on the offensive, trying to pick up into that first position, but the Brit there holds into second place for now. So Irfan then barged back from the lead to third place.
Yeah, solid move there at the final corner. We're going to see that very, very often throughout the rest of the day. It's one of 2 main passing opportunities here at the mini circuit Ricardo Tormo track. The other one down into turn 1, as Sparks goes for that move up the inside again at turn 8 and 9. Is it going to work out? He's going to hang it up the inside through turn 10. Great move then from Sparks.
Yeah, fantastic move. Caught him napping there, you'd have to say. Oh, huge moment. It was that Rizzi, I think that was the number 31, the Italian. A massive front end shake there from the number 31. Blimey, I'm surprised that he stayed on that one. I think he's dropped down for about, what's that, like 10th place or something like that. Well, a massive moment then for the young Italian, but thankfully he escapes that one. I was just about to say and comment on how good of a move that was from Ethan Sparks, and then Rizzi absolutely blew my mind open. So anyway, good move from Sparks, and now he is in the lead. We'll see what he can do with this, and look at that, the championship would be quite tasty indeed if it finishes this way.
Yeah, very tasty. We did mention at the start of the race, didn't we? Sparks loves that move up the inside at turn 8 and then into turn 9, sort of the double apex right-hander, takes the inside line to Sparks there, and he made that move stick going into turn 10. So great lap coming in from Sparks. A great lap last time around, and he's held firm so far. It's going to be interesting to see what the times are across the line. A 44.5 for Sparks, 44.4 for Zaragoza, but there's pretty much nothing between the sort of top 8, top 9 riders. They're all in the low 44s.
Zaragoza had a thought about it at turn 2. He just up the inside, had a little bit of a nibble, but didn't fancy it this time round. Ethan Sparks hold on for one more attempt. We've got a hell of a train here, haven't we?
Yeah,
what we've got, the top 5. That's now actually Togashi that's come up from 8th into 5th place now. So the young Japanese rider is starting to make that same progress that he did in the first race. Keep an eye out for the number 33 with the Japanese flag on the side of that Ovale GP0160, because he has been quick and he knows how to get a manoeuvre done.
Yeah, the top 12 last time around were all in the the 44s. So interesting to see what happens this time around. Same again, Marzuki, the Japanese, Malaysian in P13 is in the high 44s. So just losing touch is Marzuki in P13, but the top 12, as you can sort of see on your screens here, pretty much line astern. This is anyone's game at this moment in time. Obviously, the top 3 have just got a slight gap back to Guka in 4th place, the USA rider on the number 47, but it is pretty much as you were for the last couple of laps. It's very intriguing how this one plays out.
Keep an eye on 4th place Togashi then. He did pick off Guka last time around into turn 1 there. Got a lovely drive out the final corner. We'll see if he does set the fastest lap around this time or not. Keep an eye on the timing screens as they just come across the line now. He didn't set the fastest lap of the race, but he was quicker than Zaragoza ahead of him. So certainly that 3-rider group at the front is about to come forward.
Good stuff then from the top 3. Irfan the quickest of them that time around. The number 35 Malaysian rider just keeping his powder dry. All 3 of them are so far, and as you can see there, Togashi has bridged that gap.
Inside. Oh, I thought Irfan was going to turn it underneath him. Well, he did turn it underneath him, but I think that might have been a mistake there from Ethan Sparks. Just went a little bit wide there through turn 5, and then yeah, Irfan had a little bit of a sniff of it, but because it switches back the other way, Ethan Sparks was able to hold on. But they are looking fast here. I think Ethan Sparks might just need to find an extra 10th or 2 in his pocket to be able to hold this one off, and he can't hold it off any longer actually, as through comes Irfan, and then once again Ethan Sparks retaliates. Tagashi up the inside at turn 2. It's all action now at the front. It's kicking off big time as Irfan gets back to the lead.
Tagashi setting the fastest lap of the race of 44.0, a good 2/10 quicker than anyone else on track, apart from Crattockville down in P8, who set a 44.1. But Tagashi, great speed in the middle part of this race. He's now passed Zaragoza and he's up into 3rd place. So great stuff from the young Japanese rider. He's now got Ethan Sparks in his sights.
He does. I wonder if he'd have a look up the inside there, but chooses to run the wide sweeper. Look at the speed he carried through the middle of the corner there compared to Ethan Sparks. Surely he'll have a look up the inside into turn 1. He did it on Guka just a couple of laps ago. He was actually about to get overtaken by one of the Italians. That's Fino, not quite. Oh, lovely move. 2 laps in a row then. Tagashi has taken someone at turn 2. The young Japanese rider is on fire at the moment. What can he do about Irfan at the front?
Yeah, classy stuff then from Tagashi up into P2. 2 expertly done manoeuvres at turn 2. We don't see that very often. Turn 1 and 2 are good passing manoeuvres, and then it gets into the tight and twisty stuff until you sort of get to this section. Turn 10, the right-hander, then the long left-hander at turn 11 that brings you down into the final corner. Thought Sparks was lining up to move there down into the final corner, but not this time around. The 35 of Irfan just slightly wide, but won't lose too much momentum.
Yeah, I think the number 39, one of the French riders was even wider. That was Macari. He was well wide out at the final corner there, but all under control anyway. So, Irfan a little bit wide there through turn 2. That's going to hand over a 10th or 2 to this rider that we are looking at, the number 33, Tagashi, the young Japanese, doing a fantastic job, you have to say. You can see there the lap time, though. Actually, last time around, he was indeed slower, but of course, that last lap did involve an overtake on Ethan Sparks as well. So we'll see what he can do this time around, and hopefully we'll be able to see this gap close down. I'll tell you what, though, through there, Elliot, Ethan Sparks definitely seems to have the measure of him, doesn't he?
Just about to say that. Great action coming from the rear end of the sort of turn 10-11 switch. Sparks just looks like he takes a little bit more curb on the inside at turn 10 and then gets the bike stood up and gets a really good drive through turn 11 and into 12.
So, about 2.5 laps to go. Irfan is no stranger to this position at the minute today. Obviously defended the entire 14 laps in race 1 just a couple of hours ago, and certainly he's only got 2.5 laps to do the same here to pick up the full fat 50 points heading into the Superfinal later on, and it would be really the dream day so far as that goes. Although I have to say, it looks as though Tagashi has got a little bit about him on this lap. He's closed up maybe a 10th or 2. I do wonder if Tagashi's maybe just a little bit heavier than the likes of Ethan Sparks behind him, because it seems there on the straight, or at least through that long left into the final corner, he's not quite as quick in that straight line. But they are all closing in now. They're right on the back of Irfan with 2 to go.
Personal best laps of the race from Sparks and Zaragoza in P3 and P4. Last time around, Zaragoza the quickest of the lot. Tagashi also setting a good pace. He was the fastest of the lot, but that wasn't a personal best lap as Tagashi looks up the inside down at turn 6. Not quite that time around. It's getting close as well between Sparks and Zaragoza just behind.
Yeah, Zaragoza had a little bit of a look. I'm not sure if it was Ethan Sparks going wide and making a mistake once again, or whether that was just Zaragoza forcing the issue a little bit. Oh, that's a shame. Kunatate, the other Japanese rider, has gone down on the penultimate lap. But we do fly on to the final lap now. If Irfan is going to do this, he's only got one more revolution to hold on, as Zaragoza once again looks at the inside of Ethan Sparks into turn 1, but nothing happens there. Tagashi is running out of time. He's got about 2 realistic opportunities left, and that is it.
Yeah, Tagashi, we've seen some brilliant moves so far this race. What has he got up his sleeve on the final lap? Irfan goes defensive through turn 6. This is turn 7 and 8. Sparks is good through here, but he's not got enough so far. That's close between the top 2 through there.
Jake Page has gone down on the last lap. That's unfortunate for him. He was the last qualifier to join the grid, but it's all about the top 2 here. I don't think he's going to be close enough. Ethan Sparks is actually making a late run to pinch to Tagashi's 2nd place, but no one can do anything about Irfan. He makes it the double ahead of the Superfinal and wins 160cc race 2. Great performance from the Malaysian. He is looking superb today, and the team are very, very happy with that, as they should be.
Yeah, Tagashi tried so hard there, didn't he, to try and force a move around sort of the infield section at turns 6, 7, 8 and 9, but couldn't do anything about Irfan. An expertly executed final lap of the race from the young Malaysian. That's 2 in 2.
Hey.
Sparks on the podium and celebrates it with a nice stand-up wheelie.
Yeah, not bad. I'm quite impressed with that. They haven't got much power, these little bikes, or they're not very long either, so not much leverage, and he's got the front wheel up there, so good job from Ethan Sparks. Of course, I'm sure he obviously is happy with it, but he did lead that race for a fair chunk of it, so I'm sure that he'll be hoping that in the super final he can take another step forward and complete the job. You've got to say about Tagashi as well, both of these races now, 8th to 3rd, 8th to 2nd. I mean, surely it's 8th to 1st in the super final, isn't it? Well, he won't be 8th, will he? Because he will be
exactly
in his championship position, which I presume is 2nd after a 3rd and a 2nd place. So certainly cracking stuff then from Tagashi, the young Japanese rider.
Yeah, great news for Tagashi and MiniGP Japan guys. There's the reigning world champion Pekka Bagnaia watching on, keeping a keen eye on the stars of the future. As you were saying, it's a great setup for these guys, and for them to pull into Park Fermé or pull into pit lane and see the reigning MotoGP world champion standing there watching on must be a real cool experience for these young guys.
Can I just add as well there, he doesn't have to be here because he's not the Italian series ambassador. So it's completely free choice and a very nice one to see him down here on Thursday.
Good lad. We know that Pecco is a nice guy, so proving it once again. I'm sure actually he's probably just enjoying the distraction. It's a fair old weekend for Pecco this weekend, isn't it? Pressure on in the title race, all down to the finale here this weekend in Valencia. Pecco versus Martin. Let us know which team you are, whether you're Team Pecco or Team Martin. But Pecco, yeah, I'm quite sure he's just enjoying not thinking about it and just watching there's some chaos out there with these youngsters on track.
Yeah, I'm sure he is, yeah. I mean, I was down there for the last couple of years, unfortunately not been able to get down trackside this year so far. We're going to get some replays of the action very shortly. You can see the Malaysian flag being lofted there in the middle of the podium for the 2nd time. We're going to get the podium ceremony soon, but these are some replays then of what we've just seen. This was coming into the final couple of laps, and that was ultimately the race-winning move. Irfan up the inside at turn 1. Sparks thought about retaliating straight away, didn't he, at turn 2, and that was Tagashi making his move on Zaragoza, and this was the final lap of the race. The run to the line, unfortunately no one behind could do anything about Irfan, but Tagashi once again, like we say, Jack, doing very, very well to pick his way through the field, and as you rightly say as well, will be starting higher up on the grid for the super final.
Yeah, definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with, and with double points on offer in that super final, even just finishing 1st instead of 2nd will make a massive, massive difference. It'll be a 10-point swing there. So certainly a lot that could happen in this super final coming up, regardless of the fact that we've just seen Irfan win both of these 160cc races so far.
Time for the podium ceremony very, very shortly indeed. Park Fermé just being built at the end of pit lane. There's Tagashi there, once again a big smile on his face. A couple of podiums to his name already. One to watch for the super final. I think the racecraft was phenomenal in the first 2 races, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I wasn't quite sure if that was Kaito Toba on the left-hand side of the screen. I only caught the last second of it, actually. I'm not sure if that was him just leaning over the barriers or not, but it may well have been, anyway. And of course, Kaito Toba recently confirmed that he's actually off to the World Supersport Championship next season with the MIE Honda team. So we bid him good luck as he says goodbye to the Motor3 paddock in his last weekend, of course, riding for the 658 team. So we wish him good luck, and also for next season as well. So here are your confirmed results then. Kabil Irfan does the double and wins race 2 ahead of Katara Tagashi. Look at that, just under 2 tenths behind at the line from 8th on the grid. And your top 3 split by half a second. Pretty close. Ethan Sparks takes 3rd from Zaragoza, Guka, Kratok, Will, Dubois, Rizzi, and also Fino, the 2 Italians there, 8th and 9th. Good to see the Italians, both of them managed to finish this time after a big crash in the first race on, I believe, lap 2. Makari takes 10th from Stankovic, Mazuki, Rudolph, Batani, Kovalov, Kuneawan, and also Ricky Henry, the first of the Australians, in 17th. And that is your lot. This is the championship then. So Take note of this, because this will also be the grid for the super final later. And the big thing in that is not that Kabil Irfan is still on pole position, but that Kotaro Togashi will start second place. He's 14 points behind, so he's going to have to hope that Kabil Irfan doesn't finish first or second. He's going to need someone else to get in the mix. But you saw Ethan Sparks there, and also even Zaragoza as well, getting right in the mix in that race. So certainly a lot could happen as we do go down into that super final. Make sure you join us for that one in just a couple of hours' time as well.
Time for the podium ceremony to take place, so we'll be hearing from Fran Wild very shortly, and 3 riders will be coming onto the podium to celebrate once again, and then they'll be off to get ready to do some homework for the super final race.
160cc podium of the day, and we have 2 familiar faces and 1 first-time podium for the day. Please welcome in 3rd place from the UK, but in the FIM MiniGP Austria Series, Ethan Sparks. And in 2nd place this time, 1 more than earlier. Please welcome back from FIM MiniGP Japan, Kotaro Togashi. And he's done it again. Double wins so far today from Malaysia. It's Kabil Irfan. And our dignitary giving the trophies for this podium is Marika Babiera, a sales representative from Ovale. So first, she will present the 3rd place trophy to Ethan Sparks. And now Marika will present the 2nd place trophy to Japan's Kotaro Togashi. And it's a clean sweep for Malaysia so far in the 160 class. Congratulations to our double winner, Kabil Irfan! So now, once again, we have the pleasure of listening to the Malaysian national anthem. So congratulations to Kabil and to the FIM MiniGP Malaysia Series. So first, if we could take a photo with Marika, representing single bike supplier Ovale for both classes. And then also a photo with our 3 podium finishers in the 2nd 160 race of the day.
So lovely stuff then. Kabil Irfan makes it a double with the Malaysian national anthem singing out, and we can take a quick look back at exactly how he did it. There he was lining up on pole. Lucas Tulovic was also looking very, very happy indeed. Pecco, maybe slightly nervous, but that's not because of this. That's because of this weekend. And there it was then. Kabil Irfan got an absolute blinder off the start. Zaragoza did not. Oh, that was that incident. Oh, wow, that really was a little bit of a nasty one. So we're glad to see that Cabanel was all okay. The number 42 Zaragoza did lead at the start, but that didn't last for long, as Ethan Sparks was looking a bit racier than he was in race 1. A lovely move up the inside and got it done on the flip-flop, round in towards the final corner as well. And then Rizzy had an absolutely monumental moment. But then it was all about these changes at the front. Kabil Irfan picked his way through from 3rd to 2nd, then into 1st at turn 1 with a handful of laps to go. Watch as well the young Japanese of Kotaro, who was coming through fantastically. Not Kotaro, sorry, Kotaro Togashi. And he didn't come all the way through to 2nd place, but he couldn't do anything about Kabil Irfan at the front, who made it the dream double and a full fat 50 points.
All I know is this, my crew gon' step. All I know is this, my boys gon' rap. My crew gon' step. My crew gon' step. My crew gon' step. My crew gon' step. My crew gon' step.
Hello and welcome back then to the FIM MiniGP World Series final. As you can see, the 190cc riders are back out on track for race 2, and it is warming up indeed a little bit, which is nice to say, as it was blooming chilly this morning. Only 7 degrees, now it's up to 16, so certainly good enough for us down here, especially us Brits. We like a little bit of sunshine, but not too much. 190cc race 2, it was obviously quite a dramatic one in race 1, with Alvaro Lucas coming all the way through from 12th position on the grid to win it in the closing stages. Big question is, can he do it again?
I think he probably can, yeah. Showed great pace in race 1, didn't he? Alvaro Lucas, of course, qualified on pole position, then got disqualified due to a technical infringement. But yeah, coming from 12th on the grid, picked his way through expertly, was of course helped by the crash of Ethan Rodriguez. Good to see Ethan back up on his feet and okay after that one and lining up in pole position once again. Ethan was just stretching away at the front, wasn't he, on the number 74. Here he is, lining up on pole position once again, just stretching his way at the front. Did some good early laps, and then we caught the back end of the high side, didn't we? Coming into turn 5 out of turn 4. A nasty one for Ethan Rodriguez, but yeah, good to see him all okay for this one. It's going to be more difficult, I think, for Lucas to do what he did in race 1 again in race 2, but don't bet against him.
Here's Pratelli then, Lorenzo Pratelli, the young Italian on the number 67, finished second in that race before, of course, inherited the lead after Rodriguez high-sided himself out after turn 3, I think, on that change of direction. So you've got to say, Pratelli, he just needed a little bit of pace, didn't he? He was missing that kind of 10th or 2 that Rodriguez had at the front, and then particularly as well when Lucas came storming through the pack. I think he had a good 3 or 4 tenths over Pratelli in the end. So we'll see what Pratelli can do. Ben Wigney had a fairly quiet race in the end and just kind of ghosted his way to 3rd place. Did a cracking job to do that. Was about 2 seconds behind at the flag, but really wasn't under too much pressure from behind and held off and took a strong 3rd place.
Yeah, Buono was just behind him, the reigning champion in the 160cc class from last year, the young Italian rider. 2.1 seconds off the victory, Buono, so we'll be hoping to be a little bit closer and be in that fight throughout the race this time around. But all eyes will be on Alvaro Lucas. This is Edoardo Savino, another one of the young Italians. He finished P5 in race 1, starting from P4. So a solid race from the young Italian last time around, about a couple of hours ago. Good to see the fans in the grandstands enjoying themselves. As you say, Jack, it's heating up nicely. The conditions were bitterly cold this morning, but it is heating up nicely down there. I'm sure Fran can confirm to us what the weather conditions are like down there. Buono, the reigning champion, as I said, starting from the middle of the 2nd row, visor down, all calm and collected, keeping focused on the job at hand coming up.
Yeah, good to see a couple of the 160cc class riders down there as well watching this race. Of course, their Superfinal will be coming up well, in just about an hour's time, so a big one for them. Tobias Kitzbühler, the Austrian, he launches from the back of the 2nd row of the grid. We'll see what he can do in this race. Had a little bit of a difficult one. I believe he had a small tip-off in the first one, if I remember correctly, but maybe my memory is fading. But yeah, he'll be hoping to do a little bit better than P11 that he managed last time out. Here's number 75, Ryder Davis, from the Mini Cup USA Series. Of course, we'll see what he can do with this one as well. Not the only American rider either. There is also Josh Raymond, who will be starting at the back of the grid, I do believe, as he was the last one to make it through from qualifying race 2 yesterday.
Yeah, good to see plenty of nationalities on the grid. Of course, that's what this MiniGP World Series is designed to do. 18 around the world and all coming together at the circuit Ricardo Tormo to compete in this fantastic series before, obviously, all the action gets underway on Friday, Saturday, Sunday for the main event. But a great spectacle for these guys. Just get involved with, great experience for them to all come together in front of some of the heroes. We saw Pecco Bagnaia down there, didn't we, earlier on today, and other riders as well. Lucas Tulovic we've seen down there as well. The riders looking cool, calm and collected on the grid. Faris Hafai, one of the Asia Talent Cup stars of this year. Faris Hafai finished up inside the top 10 overall in the Asia Talent Cup. He's had a busy few months as Hafai, chasing the MotoGP circus around the world with the Asia Talent Cup boys. P4 was his best result over there, and he'll be hoping for more of the same in race 2.
Yeah, P7 earlier on in race 1 here in the MiniGP series. 9th to 7th, not too bad, but I'm sure I'll be hoping to do a little bit more. Now, this is the one you all need to watch out for then. The number 72, young Spanish rider Alvaro Lucas, who came storming through from that 12th place on the grid. Of course, was meant to be on pole position but had a technical infringement, so that pole position was taken away. I mean, it's probably a good thing that he didn't start on pole, because he would have streaked off into the distance, really. So we'll have to keep an eye again if he can do the back-to-back reverse sweeps from 12th to 1st.
Yeah, keep an eye on Lucas for sure. Clearly has great pace here around the Circuit Ricardo Tormo kart track. As you said, did qualify on pole position. Interesting to see what he can do. He made a good start, was inside the top 10 very early on the opening lap, and then just slowly picked off the riders. And once the group sort of cleared and he had a bit more clear track, he could really then get into his rhythm, and ultimately won by just over a 1/10 of a second. But Pritelli did hold on to him in the closing exchanges. I thought once Lucas had got into the lead, he'd sort of stretched clear, but that wasn't the case.
No, it wasn't. He did pressure him all the way till the end, so hopefully we can see a bit more of that again. And also, if Izan Rodriguez manages to stay on it this time, I'm sure he will be able to. Hopefully he's actually all okay. We haven't actually mentioned that. He was limping a little bit after that high side in race 1, but lining up here for race 2, so I'm sure he's all good to go. And no pains there at all. You can see the two Italians side by side. And once again, it's just good to highlight the vast mix of nationalities that are coming across through the MiniGP series. Of course, 17 different MiniGP series represented here today, from all the way as far as America, Australia, all the way out into Asia with the Malaysia series, Indonesia series, all sorts as well, and some closer to home as well. You can see the Spanish representation there on the arm of Izan Rodriguez. And really, we'll be racing in just a minute or two's time. There you go, actually 1 minute until the warm-up lap. And here is your grid then.
On row 1, Rodriguez from Pritelli and Wagner, Savino, Buono and Kitzbühel on row 2, with Davis, Durdis and Hafei completing your top 9.
A little bit further back then, on row 4, you will find Russo, one of the Australians, and then Erlas as well. Keep an eye out for her. She had a good ride coming through to the top 10 in race 1 earlier. Then Lucas, the winner from 12th, with Sylvan. Dunker came all the way through to about 8th, I believe it was, or 9th. So a good job from him in race 1. And then also Raymond rounds us out, the American on the number 76 bike.
Important to note, of course, the Superfinal race is the one coming up after this one a little bit later on, and the championship positions at the end of this will decide the starting grids. Of course, at the moment, after his race 1 victory, Rousseau will start from pole position in the Superfinal race, but it's going to be interesting to see what will happen this time around. Number 74 of Rodriguez, keep an eye on him from pole position. Got a great start, as we mentioned last time around, and led the first handful of laps.
So then 16 degrees Celsius here in Valencia, lovely conditions, at least it's not too cold anyway, despite it being late November now here in Valencia as well. But certainly good enough for us to go MiniGP racing, and that is exactly what we're going to do. The number 72 there then, he's looking for back-to-back victories. Of course, Kabil Irfan has done it in the 160cc class. You can see there your championship standings, how it was as they finished race 1. We saw the championship standings change a little bit in the 160cc class, and I'm sure that we might see the same here again, particularly if Izan Rodriguez can get the start, put in those laps that he was putting in before, and then complete it and stay on too.
Yeah, 15 laps coming up again. The action, a lot of the action was down at that final corner. Really good overtaking opportunity. Turn 1, 2. Turn 2 is as well, and then the tight infield section is quite difficult to make a manoeuvre. But we're ready for lights out here for race 2 in the 190cc class.
Revs are up and lights are out. It looks like a cracking start of the second row of the grid from one of the Italians. I think that is Eduardo Savino firing through for the whole shot. But Izan Rodriguez is going to fight back into turn 2, although he sweeps his nose through. So the number 66 then, Savino leads halfway through this first lap. Cracking start that from the second row of the grid, rocketed through.
Yeah, perfect launch. Just got the power down straight away, did the number 66 Rodriguez. Didn't get a bad start, but he lost out on the whole shot. Through there they go then, the tight and twisty. This is what we're on about. It's very line astern through there, unless you can dive the inside and make sort of a block pass. And this is where it opens back out on the opening lap. The top 3 just streaking here a little bit, but it is the number 66 of Savino. A great start and a great opening lap. Just runs it out slightly wide there, but it's not going to cost him too much momentum. What can the 74 of Rodriguez do though on the second lap? He'll be eager to get to the front.
So the Italians have come to play here then, as well as it looks like Rodriguez has come to play as well. Had a cheeky look up the inside into turn 2, but nothing there on offer for him this time. But as we do say then, Savino leads, and his 2 Italian teammates, Fratelli and also Buono, there in 3rd and 4th. So a cracking start then for the FIM MiniGP Italy series. As I say that, it looks like he might hold on to it, but no. Rodriguez sweeps across the nose then through turn 5. Cracking stuff after it was Savino that went wide on the turn before.
Didn't take him long to get back to the front then, and who's that diving up the inside? It's Italian on Italian, I think it is. The number 6 Fratelli, who finished 2nd in race 1, remember, diving up the inside of his teammate Savino. As we come across line to complete lap 2, Lucas is already up to P7, so the race 1 winner up to P7 in the early exchanges. A good start once again from Lucas.
So Rodriguez needs to get his skates on then with this man, the number 72, already up into 7th. Lucas, of course, the race winner from last time out, from 12th to 1st. There you will see how it will impact the championship. If it stays where it is, Lucas down in 7th, which it probably won't, but if it does stay the way it is, Lucas will be 6 points behind Fratelli as they head into the super final later on. But a big thing will be from that, he will start 2nd on the grid. Anyway, we still have 12 laps to go in this race 2 for the 190cc class. A lot of racing to do, and already Rodriguez is pulling clear. Fastest lap.
Yeah, 42.340 for Rodriguez. Only a 10th quicker than Fratelli was, just behind him. Fratelli, of course, getting the better of Savino last time around. Buono in P4, Wegner in P5, Haffai in P6. Good start from the Malaysian, and Lucas setting a 42.5, quicker than all the riders ahead of him, apart from the top 2 last time around was Lucas.
Yeah, so a 42.3 then. If you're wondering how that compares actually to the 160s, they're about a second quicker. So a little bit of extra horsepower, certainly not doing too bad at all. But look at that gap then. It is, well, what's it going to be coming across the line? We'll check the timing screens to our right here. It's definitely more than half a second as it was last time round. What is it now? It's 3/4 of a second. So he's pulling it out once again and sets the fastest lap of the race another time, a 42.310.
Lucas has got the better of Haffai, the Malaysian, demoted to P7. Then Lucas up into the top 6 for the first time. Was a little bit slower than the riders around him on that lap, but he is picking his way through the pack. He's got a little bit of time to make up to Wagner in P5, and that is Tobias Kitzbichler, who unfortunately has either crashed out or had a problem with his machine. I think he's probably just tucked it down the road. I can see gravel on the side of the machine there, but good to see he's all okay, of course, but unfortunate for Kitzbichler.
For a second there, I thought Buono was under quite a bit of pressure from Wegner, but it looks as though actually he's now got a little bit of breathing room on the MiniGP Austria entrant just behind him. So we'll see how that one unfolds. Of course, Buono, the 2022 World Series final winner last season, and not doing too bad here up in the 190s either. That gap at the front has stabilised, hasn't it? In fact, it has actually come down a little bit. There you can see it there. Fratelli has responded with a 42.3 of his own compared to that 42.4 of Rodriguez. That's not something we expected, because Rodriguez, before he crashed out in race 1, was rapid. He was pulling away. It was about a 1.5 seconds clear. So we'll see how this one unfolds, but it might be wise just to keep an eye on that gap and see exactly what happens. Lucas, meanwhile, in 6th, as Elliot did say, fastest lap of the race to him that last time round, a 42.298. He's on the move, and now he's putting serious pressure on Wegner in front of him.
Yeah, good stuff then from Lucas. Just had a little bit of an open road ahead of him so he can get into his rhythm, and he's just picked off Wagner for P5 as well by the looks of it. So Lucas only marginally quicker than Rodriguez. We'll have to see, keep an eye on that. He's just got up into the top 5 though for the first time, Lucas, and again he's got a bit of open road ahead of him to just get into his rhythm, claw back some advantage, and then try and make moves on the 2 Italians that are ahead of him, 3 Italians that are ahead of him, sorry. Buono, Savino and Fratelli are next on Lucas's list. You can see there the gaps are pretty much even Stevens across the top 6. You can just see if Wagner can go with Lucas. Obviously Lucas has got great pace in this race, and Wagner can just latch onto the back of him and try and edge his way up into the podium fight.
So there you go. You can see how it would shake out with the championship if it does stay like this. Lucas would be 4 points behind Fratelli, with Savino, the second of the Italians, there in 4th place on the championship. And it looks as though actually the number 67 and the number 64 is that number 66, sorry, Savino and Fratelli are about to lock horns for that 2nd place. That would as well impact the championship, with 67 Fratelli at the head of it at the moment. I have to say as well, from the difference from race 1 to race 2, it looks as though there's a bit less of a speed differential between the likes of Lucas and Rodriguez and the rest. It seems as though, particularly the trio of Italians, have taken a step forward.
Yeah, Savino actually set the fastest lap of the race. There on your on your screen, sorry, you can see confirmation of 42.233 from the rider currently in 3rd place. He's all over the back of his compatriot Britelli at this moment in time. So if he can make a move sooner rather than later, he potentially has the pace to bridge the gap to Rodriguez, who's just dropped off slightly. I don't know whether Rodriguez is dropping off his pace, or Savino's just got a little bit of extra in hand at this moment in time.
Well, we'll see what happens as they do cross the timing beam this time around. They do improve their pace slightly, and it's incredibly tight amongst the top lot. The 42.478, 42.428, 42.521 and a 42.522. That's pretty close between the top 4. So the pace at the minute is almost identical amongst these lot, and it's why we've got a little bit of a chess match here behind. It looks as though Lucas is on the move again. He has indeed picked off Vuono for that 4th place. So the young Spaniard is through into 4th.
Yeah, the reigning champion in the 160cc class has been demoted to P5. So can he do what Wagner hasn't been able to do and stick with Lucas to try and drag himself back up into this podium fight? Interesting to see what the gap is over the line between Savino in 3rd and Lucas in 4th. They cross the line now, 2.2 seconds. Lucas was a couple of tenths quicker than the guys ahead of him on that lap time. Is it going to be good enough in the closing stages to try and drag himself towards that podium fight? Maybe just, but he probably needs a little bit more to really give himself a proper chance of standing on the podium.
Yeah, well, that will help if these two start fighting as well, but he's only got 4.5 laps to close the gap and then pick off the pair of them. That's not going to be too easy around this tight Valencia kart track that we do have here, but you never know, never say never in motorcycle racing. We'll see what happens with Lucas. Of course, as Elliot said, last time around he was the fastest rider on track, and I'm sure he will be this time too. There's a number 66 there of Savino with a big head shake. Obviously not too happy with how he got out the final corner. Definitely close that gap down. It's less than a second between Lucas and Savino now.
Yeah, good stuff then from Lucas. He has dropped Vuono. Vuono unfortunately can't go with Savino. Lucas, sorry, got superior pace. You can see there nearly 4 tenths, just under half a second. 42.2 compared to a 42.6. 3.5 laps to go, and Rodriguez is also just losing a bit of his advantage here in the closing exchanges. Is Rodriguez close enough to Lucas for Lucas to mount an attack? I don't think he's going to be with 3 laps to go, but Lucas certainly on course to try and catch the podium fighters here.
Yeah, on course, but 3 laps to go, that's going to be really, really tight to actually manage to close that down. And indeed, he's actually slower than Savino ahead of him on that last lap. You saw him moving around, moving at body position, trying to find some grip, whether the tyres are beginning to wear out. Of course, they don't get too many sets of tyres here in MiniGP, so you never know quite how many laps they've done, but all you can be sure of is it's probably quite a few. So maybe grip is starting to be at a premium now for Lucas, particularly with those fast laps he was putting in. But it has to be said, it looks as though again on this lap he's put in another stunning performance to try and kind of conjure up some sort of second win with only 2 to go. But I think it might just be too much of a gap.
The thing is, he's obviously going to want to stand on the podium, but this is still a great result from where he was on the grids. He won't be leading the championship going into the Superfinal race, but he will be starting from 2nd place, which makes his life a hell of a lot easier in the Superfinal race. He's obviously using a bit more energy than all the others to try and make his way to the front, and as you say, Jack, maybe grip is at a bit of a premium so far in this race as well. That's unfortunate for the Malaysian, for his Hafei has crashed out. We've not seen that happen, so hopefully Hafei is all okay and back up on his feet, and he'll be ready for the Superfinal race a little bit later on.
Yeah, that promotes Anaina Erlas up into 9th place, so good job for the solo female representation that we do have out there in the 190cc class. And look at that, he's another 2 tenths quicker on this last lap, and on this lap it looks as though he's closed in even more, but with only 1 to go it is going to be time running out, and I do not think there's enough for Lucas to make up any more ground on the opposition. He sets the fastest lap of the race once again, back down to a 42.2, but it's only a 10th quicker than Savino in front of him. Savino is doing every single thing he can to make sure he limits that gap from being enclosed in even more.
he's giving it a good go, isn't he, is Lucas? Like you say, I think it's all going to come down to the final corner. It looks like Rodriguez, barring a mistake, has got this sewn up, and in the fight for second place, Fratelli looks like he's got a good advantage as well, as Erlas unfortunately crashed out. But it's all going to come down to the final corner. I don't think Lucas has got enough.
No, it's all going to be holding station then for the top 4, and it will be Izan Rodriguez that completes the comeback after race 1 disappointment, and he wins here in race 2 of the 190cc class. Fantastic confidence boost heading into the super final, and of course with double points on offer, he is going to need them after missing out on any points in the first race of the day. But there he is then, your number 74 from MiniGP Spain is your winner.
Yeah, great response then to his race 1 mistake that saw him crash out. 25 crucial points added to the board for Rodriguez ahead of the super final race. Good stuff from the number 74. He won't be starting on pole position, but you can see how happy he is with that result. Exactly what he needed and exactly what he would have wanted as well heading into that one, because it was a nasty crash in race 1. So good to see him back up on his feet and not showing any signs of that race 1 crash. So good stuff from the number 74.
Yeah, cracking job. Good to see as well, as Elliot says, showing no signs of any pain on the motorcycle after that big high side in race 1. There's the number 59 of Russo from MiniGP Australia. Actually finished 9th there, so good job for him, and also his teammate from Australia, Cameron Dunker, I should say, came through to a top 10 once again from about 14th on the grid. So good job from the pair of Aussies. But at the front though, Rodriguez getting the job done, and Fratelli with those 2 second places. Well, consistency is king, and he is going to go into the super final with 40 points and the championship lead, and importantly, pole position as well.
Yeah, held off an attack there from Savino, didn't he? Fratelli got up into P2 in the early exchanges and then just held it. Didn't let Rodriguez get away. Wasn't close enough to make a move, but a good race from Fratelli to, like I say, keep that momentum going. Another 20 points in the bag, 40 points. And you can see how much it means to Rodriguez pulling into park firmly. Of course, the 2021 winner in the 160cc class. The 190 class is new for this season. And we'll shortly, of course, get some replays of the big moments from that race. The race winning overtakes, of course. This is one of them. This is through turn 6. Rodriguez doing well there.
Yeah, did very well to kind of counter after the number 66 of Savino just went a little bit wide through the left-hander, kind of left the door open, and also the door was well and truly open there as Lucas came flying through at the final corner. He certainly tried his hardest, did Alvaro Lucas, to complete the double, but no, not this time around. Just too quick was Izan Rodriguez, and cracking job from the Italians there, Fratelli and Savino, because they definitely found some speed from race 1 to race 2. Ran him hard all the way, but in the end it was the 74 of Rodriguez that managed to get the job done.
Yeah, Lucas, if he hasn't got enough confidence already, which he clearly has, will take a lot of confidence from those 2 races. Of course, winner of race 1, but to finish only 1.5 seconds off the win in race 2 to finish P4, a job well done from Lucas. It's going to be interesting to see, Jack, in the super final. Lucas versus Rodriguez, especially the 2 Spaniards going at it, starting similar positions on the grid. Lucas not having to make his way through the pack in the super final race. That's going to be a really interesting watch. And then chucking Fratelli and Savino as well as a couple of others, and that's going to be a really interesting battle later on. So do stick around for that. Do tune in for that at the later time of 2 o'clock.
Yeah, definitely going to be one worth watching. Of course, a little bit of an extended race as well. A few more laps added on just to throw it into the mix. Eduardo Savino there, not looking overly happy, but certainly not disappointed either. 3rd place then for the young Italian. Good job after a difficult first race. Can't quite remember where he finished at. 5th place actually was in the first race. So a better performance there 2nd time round. But of course, big smiles for that one there, the number 74, Izan Rodriguez. But it is going to be difficult with him and his teammate obviously lined up next to each other. It's going to be very, very tricky indeed. So here are your race results then. Confirmed it is Izan Rodriguez that is your winner of race 2 in 190cc class from Lorenzo Fratelli and also Eduardo Savino. So a double podium for the Italians. And then Alvaro Lucas storms through from 12th to 4th. Not the win this time, but certainly not bad at all. Buono finishes 5th from Wigner, Davis, Durdis and Russo, the first of the Australians, and the second of the Australians was just right behind him, Cameron Dunker coming through to the top 10 as well. Josh Raymond from the back of the grid finished in 11th place from Edgar Sylvan, and then Farish Hafai, who had a little bit of an unfortunate crash towards the end there. I think he was running in about 8th place decently. So here are the all-important championship standings then, and this is your grid, of course, for the super final. It will be Lorenzo Bratelli on pole, from then Alvaro Lucas, Eduardo Savino, the second of the Italians in 3rd from Wigner, and then Rodriguez will be in 5th, and he's 15 points back. So we'll have to see what happens with the double points. Certainly not impossible, but 15, that is a big gap to make up. We'll see what happens later on as we go racing for that super final.
Yeah, really interesting battle coming up in around about an hour or two's time. Just making their way down to Parc Fermé for another podium celebration. Fran Wild will be doing the honours as she always has done today, and then we'll be ready for race
everybody
super final race. But it is the podium ceremony for race 2 of the 190cc class.
And in 3rd place, it's the first podium of the event. Please welcome FIM MiniGP Italy Series rider Eduardo Savino. And in 2nd place, it's another representative from MiniGP Italy. Please welcome Lorenzo Bratelli. And now it's our first ever 160 champion from back in 2021. Now back on the top step in the 190 class, please welcome Spain's Ethan Rodriguez. And to present the trophies on this podium, we have Christian Pirami, the owner of Virus Power, our suit supplier here for the FIM MiniGP World Final. And first up, it's the 3rd place trophy for Eduardo Savino. And Christian will also present the 2nd place to Lorenzo Bratelli. And then finally, the winner's trophy. This time around, it's for Ethan Rodriguez. And now we'll once again enjoy the Spanish national anthem. And now we will take a photo with Christian from Virus Power. And then afterwards, we'll ask you for a photo with our 3 riders.
So I'll try that one again. So congratulations to Isan Rodriguez for picking up the victory in 190cc race 2 in an important 25 points as well for him. Of course, now only 15 points out of it in the championship. Double points on offer later. If he wins that race in the super final, he'll pick up a full fat 50, and that will do nicely for, hopefully, for his sake, trying to lob him into contention for becoming the MiniGP World Final winner. And here is how we did it. Of course, from pole position, once again, but this time there would be no crash in the early laps. It was a fantastic start by Savino, the number 66 from the 2nd row of the grid. Absolute lightning start all the way through, but it didn't last for too long, as Rodriguez did sweep around the outside. A lovely little move there to pick off and go up into the race lead. Lucas had made progress, already up to 7th after about 2 laps. It was a cracking start from 12th on the grid. That was Kitzbühel, unfortunately went out. Frustration there for him. But then it was a battle of the Italians, as behind Lucas was still making progress. And that was pretty much about all the progress he made. He had a gap to close. He did close it in. Oh, that was a big one. Oh, I think that was actually Anina Erlas crashing out there. A bit of a high side, a nasty one. Hopefully she's all okay, because that did not look very pleasant indeed. But what was very pleasant indeed was Izan Rodriguez's victory out front. A cracking ride, maintained the gap, held his pace, and took P1.
All I know is this, my crew gon' step. All I know is this, my boys gon' rap. My crew gon' step. My crew gon' step. My crew gon' step. My crew gon' step. My crew gon' step.
Welcome back to the FIM MiniGP World Series final, and it's time for the first super final of the day. The MiniGP 160cc class, as you can see them there, are streaming out down towards the grid. Don't worry, they're not racing just yet. They'll be racing in about 10 minutes time. But it is time for the super final, so this is where it all counts. We've had the first 2 races of the day. After those points have been handed out with race 1 and race 2, we now have our grid for the super final, and we know exactly what is going to be cracking on in the next 10 minutes or so once they do get underway for the 19-lap super final here in the 160cc class. So far, though, it's been the story of one rider in particular, and that is Irfan from the Malaysia MiniGP series, and you wouldn't bet against him to go and do the same in this super final, Elliot.
Yeah, good afternoon everyone, welcome back. Good to be here, of course. Beautiful sunny skies greeting the riders. Yeah, Irfan really, really strong in the opening 2 races. Winner of the first 2 as well. We'll start from pole position once again. 50 points is his points tally in the overall standings. There he is, the young Malaysian on the number 35 machine. Can anyone beat him this time around? No one has beat him so far this week. Yesterday he qualified on pole position, and today he's won both races so far. So the rider to beat is Irfan on the number 35 machine, but it's not had it comfortable, let's say. It's been close racing. He's not exactly, well, he has led from start from finish for most of it, but he's not streaked clear and gone on to win the race comfortably. It has been close fights, as we see Jack Miller down there in the paddock. I've seen Sakaki Nakagami as well. Sam Lowe's is down there as well, so hopefully we'll be hearing from 1 or 2 of those. There's Paul Espargaro on the right-hand side as well. Luca Marini in the background. Everyone's down there ready for the super final.
Luca Marini. If rumours are to be believed, there should be a announcement coming very soon. But again, it's all, well, we don't really know when it's all going to happen. Of course, the well covered the move to Repsol Honda. Let's see. Anyway, enough about the MotoGP, guys. We've got all weekend to talk about them. It is the stars of tomorrow. There you can see in the background, actually, Taka Nakagami is playing as the umbrella person. So, yeah, good job from Taka, scrubbing in, getting his elbows in there, well and truly. There's Brad Binder walking around at the back of the grid as well. Jack Miller just having a quick chat. That must be to Jake Page at the back, the Australian. There is Taka. Of course, a busy weekend coming up for him, in particular on the following Tuesday with the Valencia test. But lining up there next to Kotaro Togashi. Togashi, really, we have to say, after coming from 8th place to a 3rd and a 2nd in race 1 and race 2, I mean, I know that Kabil Irfan's had it all his own way, but I think my money might be on...
Can I interrupt you?
Absolutely, go on, Fran.
We've got Italy Series Ambassador Luca Marini. So, Luca, ciao, welcome to the grid. Good to see you. How are you feeling about what you've seen from you guys so far? It's a good showing for Italy.
Ciao tutti. Yeah, it's a good performance, I think, from my riders. They are doing a great job. I saw the races this morning in the TV. I think that it was not so easy because it was so cold. Also with these small bikes and these small tires, is difficult, critical for them. So we are putting them in a difficult condition for perform well, but I think that now with the sun they can do a very good race, and with more points they can end up ahead in the championship standing. So I think that we can do a good job.
Well, thank you, Luca, and in bocca al lupo.
Grazie.
Yeah, good to hear from Luca Marini down there supporting the Italian MiniGP series. Plenty of riders down there on the grids. You can see some Capchantra in the background with the Binder brothers. Here's Sam Lowe's on your screens as well. The British ambassador, the UK series ambassador is Sam Lowe's. Saw Dennis Onti on the grid. He's the Qatar series ambassador. So yeah, good to see all the stars of now supporting the stars of the future. What an experience it is, Jack, for the guys on the grid to have their heroes just standing around, chatting to them, give them some words of advice.
Exactly, it's brilliant. There you can see Joe Roberts with his compatriot Nathan Guka, the American, who will start from the middle of the second row. Done a good job today, Nathan Guka. Not quite had the top pace of those guys right at the front, but certainly not been slow either. I mean, when you're starting from the middle of
I'm going to interrupt
row,
you, grid. I know it's on the screen. We've got Fabio Quartararo. Fabio, 2021 MotoGP World Champion, down here looking at the stars of the future. Do you like what you see?
Yes, I like what I...
Who are we talking to? Hi, Tony.
We are talking to Tony.
We're talking to Tony Arbolino as well. So, Fabio, yeah, what do you think of this event?
No, I think it's really nice. Looking forward to see the race, and for sure we will enjoy.
We will. Well, thanks for talking to us.
Thank you very much.
And thanks, Tony. Sorry to interrupt there.
Yeah, cheers, Fran. Yeah, interrupt us whenever you want. Tony Arbolino and Fabio Quartararo, good friends, of course, enjoying themselves down there, ready for the first super final of 2. There he is on your screens, Fabio Quartararo, just on the side of the grid. We'll be watching from trackside, I'm sure, and
yeah,
all these riders fancy going on these little Varley machines as well.
I think he was just asking if he could watch from in the middle of the track there, basically, but no, I think he's going to have to go watch from pit lane. As the Mini Electric then heads off to check everything is all good for us to go. We will be racing in just a few minutes' time. There you can see Fabio is off for a little quick wander. And there it is confirmed. We've said it a couple of times, but anyway, just for you to see on the screen. Grid positions for this super final are based on the championship standings. Those championship standings, of course, are taken after the completion of race 2 earlier. So that is why you see a slightly different grid than what you saw in race 1 and race 2 earlier, with the big notable being second place on the grid, Kotaro Togashi.
Yeah, watch out for Togashi. Hasn't got to come from the third row of the grid this time. The top 4 have been really, really impressive. Fan, of course, double race winner Togashi lining up on row 2. Zaragoza in P3 and Ethan Sparks as well at the spearhead of row 2, and then Guka and Rizzi running out the first couple of rows. It's going to be really interesting. The start is going to be crucial here, but we've seen plenty of overtakes happen, especially in race 2, Dimperjack. But here is your starting grid for race 2. Sorry, the super final of the 160cc class.
So then, the super final grid looks like this, and it is Irfan, the rider with 2 wins already today on pole position. Togashi is there in second with Zaragoza, as well as Ethan Sparks in 4th. Guka versus the Americans in 5th, with Rizzi there as well. Completing row 3 will be Kratikville, Mazuki and Makari as well. Dubois, Kuntate, Stankovic, then Fino, Carbonell, Brittany, Rudolf, Kovalov and Kurneawan. And completing the grid, you should just have 2 more runners. The 2 Australians, Henry and Page. Of course, Jack Miller will be giving them a loud cheer, I am sure.
Excited for this one then, the first super final race of the afternoon about to get underway. 1 sighting lap, 1 warm-up lap, and then we'll be underway racing. Interested to see who gets the good launch. They need to try and get in front of their fan at the start, but all eyes are going to be on that front row, especially Sparks from row 2. Togashi, I'm really, really intrigued what the young Japanese rider can do in this one, Jack. He's not going to try and pick his way through the pack in the early exchanges. If he gets a good start, he'll be inside the top 3 at least, you can imagine. And then he'll be saving his energy, saving his tyres, being able to, yeah, like I say, just not expend that energy trying to pick his way through the group. He's up the front already, and he's got to do what he's got to do. There's the championship standings, though.
Yeah, so 14 points then, as we do say about Togashi. He's got to do what he's got to do, and exactly what he has to do is claw back 14 on Irfan. Irfan is sitting pretty there with a full fat 50 points from race 1 and race 2 earlier. Can he pick up another 50 here in the super final? Double points as well. Maybe remind you just for one final time before we do go racing. Double points on offer, so 50 points for first, 20 for second, 32 for third, and then the usual system trickling down through there with the double points. It looks like a little bit of confusion of grid slots just further back. Of course, it can be a little bit confusing when there's quite a few bikes on track, but here we are then. Lights are on for the super final, and they are off, and it's a cracking start from pole position for Irfan. Togashi got an absolute horrible start, dropping back to 4th already. He's going to try sweep up the inside of one of the Italians. I think that might be Rizzi that's come through from the second row of the grid. So, 3rd place start then for Togashi. Certainly not a disaster compared to where he was. I think Ethan Sparks has had a nightmare as well. He's down to about 7th or 8th, so not a good start for the young Brit. But at the front, it's Irfan with the dream launch from pole position.
Yeah, I was going to say Sparks didn't get away well at all, just got caught up in the pack there. There you can see him on your screens, the number 15 rider, down in around about 7th or 8th place, I think, from P4 on the starting grid. So not a good start for the British rider who won the Austrian MiniGP series in the 160cc class. But as you say, Jack, a fantastic start from pole position for Irfan. Zaragoza's going with him. Tagashi didn't get away well, but he's held P3. He's inside that top 3 crucially, and he'll be with the top 2 pretty much immediately.
Yeah, not a disaster at all for Tagashi. Certainly not ideal, but definitely not a disaster. He's got the pace, as we've seen, and he knows how to overtake around this Valencia karting track. So watch out for him, the number 33 Japanese rider. But at the front, Zaragoza certainly looking racy here in the first couple of laps. He's right on the back of Irfan, the Malaysian. A little bit of a slip there. He takes a quick look over his shoulder just to check where Tagashi is behind him. He's not too close, so panic over for now, but certainly doesn't need to be having too many of those moments. It looks like there were a few lunges down into the last corner. Not sure who that was that was firing down the inside, but the second of that group, it is the second of Malaysians, the number 36, that is giving chase. That is Marzuki.
Yeah, Marzuki then giving chase to the top 5, who have just got about a second in hand over Marzuki and the group behind, which includes Sparks. So Sparks has got to try and make his way up the field very shortly indeed, because if he gets embroiled in the fights further down, Tagashi up the inside at turn 6, not quite that time around though, but he's looking impatient, is Tagashi. Didn't get the start he would have wanted, and here's the group behind. It's getting very, very busy indeed. That's the 39 of McCary, the MiniGP Qatar rider, getting feisty there through the infield.
Oh, big moment on the front end there for Tagashi through the final corner. Then a bunny hop back onto the circuit there for Lorenzo Rizzi, the Italian, on the number 31. So it's all kicking off at the front. I think Ethan Sparks was having a bit of a battle as well towards the end of that lap. He's certainly not had the best first couple of laps from that 4th place starting slot. So the Superfinal not going the way that young Ethan Sparks would have liked. But at the front, this group of 5, it's a 10-wheeler. And I have to say, actually, Irfan looks like he's lit the jets up on this lap. He's pulled away.
Yeah, good lap so far from Irfan. See there last time around, a 10.5 quicker than Zaragoza. Not going to make too much difference over a lap or two, but if he continues to have that advantage in hand over the next 5 or 10 laps, then that lead, depending what happens behind him, is going to streak further and further into his advantage. So what can the riders do in these opening laps? Long way to go, of course. The top 5 have broken clear of the group behind. What is the gap?
Oh, that is huge! Oh my lord, I really hope that Rizzi is okay. We do see him moving there in the gravel, so hopefully Luca Rizzi is okay after that one, but that was a massive high side. Well, you never like to see that, but of course the marshals will be on the scene as well as any medical attention if anything needed. But wow, that was a big one. We do hope that Rizzi will be all okay after that. But the action is continuing. Tagashi with the fastest lap on the race last time around is now really pressuring the number 42 of Zaragoza, because he can see at the front that Irfan is skating away into the distance here and he needs to get the job done. That is fantastic to see. Shaw feeling a little bit beaten up in second hand, but good to see. Wow, that really was a big one, wasn't it? Bit of a whack on the head there, but fantastic that Luca Rizzi is up and all okay.
Yeah, back to the live pictures then. Great to see Rizzi's back up on his feet, but unfortunately that is his day done for the young Italian. But you can see on your screens there, across the line, it was just under a second between Irfan, the race leader, and Zaragoza in P2. He's got a battle in his hands as Zaragoza to try and keep Tagashi behind him. Tagashi looking really, really impatient, isn't he? Knows and sees that Irfan is just streaking clear. It's going to be interesting to see what the gap is. I reckon it's going to be creeping up to over a second for the first time in this race. So Tagashi at this moment in time looks like he's got pace in hand over Zaragoza. Let's get them over the line. Yeah, they're slower.
Here he goes.
Than Zaragoza.
Ooh, not quite. Zaragoza just sweeps around the outside. Sorry, Elliot, to cut you off there. But it looks as though, what's the pace looking like, as you do say? A 44.2 for Irfan, and then behind, Zaragoza was down at a 44.6 that last lap, with Tagashi at a 44.4 pretty much. So definitely needs to get through here on Zaragoza if he wants to win this race.
Yeah, just a little bit further down the field as well. Sparks at 44.2, the second fastest lap that time around. McCary, who's currently in P5, is bringing Sparks with him into the sort of top 4-5 Guka there in P4. Mini Cup USA rider, just hanging off the back of this lead sort of 3, but as you can see across the line, 1.8 seconds now is the gap at the front.
Wow. That was a big one there on the front end for Kataro, beg my pardon, Togashi. Massive front end moment. We've seen a couple of times he's had a little bit of a head shake on the front end, as that's a belting lap there from Ethan Sparks. He's looking to fight back from where he's at the minute, 6th place, looking to get through on McCary, a 44.180. That was the fastest on track that time by, what, 1/10 and a half. So motoring is the young Brit there in 6th place. We'll have to keep an eye on his progress. But at the front, it's almost 2 seconds now, Irfan's lead. And this could be it with 11 laps to go. It's still a long way, but 11 laps to go in a 2-second lead. That's looking pretty handy.
Yeah, what's the gap over line? 2 seconds, his advantage now. Irfan just setting consistent low 44s. The riders behind Zaragoza and Tagashi were back into the sort of mid 44s, but that's not enough. Crattockville, 44.1, the fastest lap of the race. Down in P7 is Crattockville at this moment in time. He's in the battle with Sparks and McCary, who are trying to bridge the gap to Guka in P4, who's tagged himself right onto the back of Zaragoza and Tagashi. This is an interesting fight, and Tagashi has got the better of Zaragoza now, so interesting to see what that gap will be over the line. It's sort of now or never. These next few laps are crucial if they're going to try and catch Irfan.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what he can do. The pace is pretty similar, 44.3 against the 44.4 for Togashi. We'll see what he can do, because obviously he had to make that overtake on the last lap around, but we haven't really seen anything in terms of pace dive down towards the very, very low 44s, so there's not too much wiggle room there for Togashi if he is going to start to close down Irfan at the front. But with 2.2 seconds, I mean, even if he takes 2/10 out of him, it's still not going to be right on with him, so he needs to take a hell of a chunk out of him each lap and do that consistently to make it happen. But as it would stand, it would be 100 points to Irfan, the full 100% from today then, with Tagashi taking 2nd place. Certainly not bad at all after starting 8th in the 2 regular races earlier today.
Fantastic stuff this on Irfan. Slightly quicker lap time that time around from Tagashi, but nowhere near enough, unfortunately, at this moment in time to try and bridge that gap to get it down towards a fight towards the end of the race. If my maths don't fail me, which they usually do, but if it don't fail me on this occasion, I think a P1 or P2 for Irfan in this race will crown him the champion. So even if they do catch him, they've got to try and pass him for the race win and hope that Tagashi finishes P1 in Tagashi's sake and Irfan finishes outside the top 2 for this to change.
Yeah, really at this point, Tagashi is just relying on a mistake from Irfan to drop them back into the clutches of this chasing trio, and then we'll see what can happen. You have to say, shout out, we've been waffling on about the top 3 in this race, but shout out to Nathan Guka doing a cracking job there, the American. He's got better and better through these races through the day, and certainly seems as though this time in the super final he's got a chunk more pace, so certainly cracking job there, the number 47 American.
Yeah, just set his personal best lap of the race as well, a 44.376, doing really, really well is Guka to stick with the podium chase, and if he can stand on the podium in the super final, that will be a job well done for the American. As Fabio Quartararo watches on, casts a watchful eye trackside does the Monster Energy Yamaha MotoGP rider, but still it is the Malaysian Irfan who holds a commanding advantage with 7 laps to go once they cross the line. I think, Jack, unless it's going to be a mistake, like you say, I think this is pretty much race done. I don't want to put a commentator's curse on Irfan, the race leader. It's just dropped to 2 seconds, so a couple of tenths shaved off the advantage there. Tagashi, the riders behind as well, all setting faster lap times than Irfan that time around, but still 2 seconds with 6.5 laps to go. Commanding lead.
Yeah, commanding lead, absolutely. It was the first time, interestingly, that Irfan's pace has dropped to above a 44.5, really. He dropped down to a 44.6. So we'll just keep an eye on that, because maybe if he is starting to tail off with a little bit of pace, if he keeps putting in 44.6s, 44.7s even, then it does get into the territory where if Tagashi can find those consistent 44.3s, as that's Marzuki, the second of the Malaysians, that's crashed out, unfortunately, looking like a little bit of damage there to the rear end of Avale, so it must have been a big one there for Marzuki, but glad to see he is all okay. It was once again a 44.6 for Irfan that last lap, but it was a 44.5 for Tagashi, so it's not going to be enough with only 6 laps left.
Yeah, he's probably just managing this at this moment in time. He'll be aware of the sort of gap he'll have over the chasers, will Irfan, Tagashi, Zaragoza and Guka. Can't sort of relax too much, of course. He's into a nice rhythm, and as soon as you sort of relax too much, that's when mistakes come. So he's going to want to keep the pace up, and he is doing. He's only losing a tenth or 2 per lap, which is absolutely fine with 5 laps to go. But they are closing in. It is visibly closer this time around. What's the gap going to be? Yeah, 1.5 seconds.
A chunk.
So that is a good chunk.
Yeah, that is a hell of a chunk. That's about 4 tenths that he's taken out of him. Irfan dropped down to a 44.8 and a high 44.8. that last time around, where Tagashi was once again in the 44.4s. So consistency is king there for Tagashi. And look at that, 0.393 of a second on that lap. I mean, if he does that a couple more times, then we're going to be starting to talk about striking distance here, even though a lap ago we thought this was done.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the sort of time they need to be taken out lap by lap now. 4 laps to go once they cross the line. A tenth or two isn't going to be enough. They need to start taking sort of 4 or 5 tenths of a second out of Irfan's lead to try and bridge the gap and give themselves enough time to make a move on the race leader. 1.2 seconds out is the gap of 44.9 for Irfan, so he's dropping down nearly into the 45s. 44.6 for Tagashi, 44.5 for Zaragoza, and Guka was the fastest of them all, a 44.4.
1.2 seconds then is the gap. This is starting to feel a little bit like the Australian Grand Prix, I tell you that. Well, let's see what happens here. Of course, in this case, Irfan would be Martin, and the chasing pack would be all the rest. I mean, I don't think he's going to hand over a 1.2 second lead with only 3 laps to go. This time when he comes around, that looks pretty similar to me. We'll see if he's responded and improved his lap time once again. But Irfan, with 3 to go, is definitely under pressure. Has he responded? He has, fantastically. It's a 44.4 and faster than Tagashi. So Irfan has weathered the storm, it seems like.
Yeah, class stuff then from Irfan. Just when you thought his lead might be extinguished by the chasers, he's just responded really, really well at 44.4 to go quicker than the rest. So 2.5 laps to go. This looks like it's all done and dusted in terms of the 160cc title and race victory in the Superfinal. But this podium fight raging on is fascinating. Tagashi leading it so far. He will finish, as things stand, second in the overall standings. Zaragoza and Guka fighting behind him.
Guka earlier, well, Brittany's gone down, that's a shame for the number 26 riding for the Indonesia MiniGP series. I was just about to say about Nathan Guka, he's had a 6th and then a 5th in race 1 and race 2. He's currently 4th. He's sure he will not want that 4th, because 4th is the worst position in motorcycle racing possible. So I'm sure he'll be wanting that 3rd place. But it has to be said, it looks as though they're maybe just starting to drop the American from that trio right at the front. But we'll see what Nathan Guka can do. But he hasn't got long to do it. Only a lap and a half now. There's a little bit of a twitch there on the rear end for Zaragoza. You can tell that they're pushing on in these final stages.
Yeah, they certainly are. Irfan got a second over the lead advantage. The riders behind were a 10.5 quicker that time around. But with 1 lap to go, I think it's all done and dusted, barring a mistake. The Malaysian just got to cruise around now, keep it nice and steady, keep it on the straight and narrow, and he will be crowned the 160cc MiniGP champion.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good, doesn't it? There we are. We are looking then at the champion-elect here. 1 race 1 earlier, 1 race 2 as well, and a bit more of a battle, you have to be said, in race 2. They definitely had a similar, or at least more similar pace to Irfan, but he did that one, a little bit of hand-to-hand combat, and then this one, he absolutely nailed the start, and it looks as like he's going to go and lead every single lap of this super final and complete the trio here as we round out the final lap and ready to crown our FIM MiniGP 160cc World Series final winner. It is Kabil Irfan from the from the MiniGP Malaysia series. Congratulations to Kabil Irfan, absolutely fantastic job, clean sweep on the day, 100% record, both pole positions, 3 race wins, not bad indeed.
A good day at the office for Irfan, fantastic Irfan MiniGP Malaysia. You have a new star, Malaysia. Kabil Irfan, a rider to watch in the future. Confirmation there. The 2023 FIM MiniGP World Series 160cc champion. A dominant display. Absolutely worthy winner, of course. Tagashi just pipping Zaragoza to the line. And Guka didn't quite have enough in hand to take it to the podium fight. But a great job from the American, who finishes P4.
Yeah, really good job. Done fantastic work all day, really. Just been there or thereabouts, chipped away. Got better with each race, but in the end, none of them could get onto the level of Kabil Irfan today. Absolutely fantastic. It's great to see these young riders come here and race and perform. And there is a lot of pressure. We may think it's quite a small event and all this sort of stuff, but when they fly from their respective countries all the way here, they have to perform. These are meant to be kind of the best of the best from their own MiniGP series, and they come here, and when you do like what Irfan has done today and take 3 race victories, completely clean sweep the day as well with those pole positions too. I mean, that is performing under pressure and doing it absolutely fantastically.
Yeah, exactly that. To come to Spain, as a country you might not have visited before, on the other side of the world, to Malaysia in completely different conditions, on a completely different track. Fantastic stuff from Irfan to set pole position yesterday and then to come out today and win race 1 and race 2 in the fashion that he did. Held off some eager competition and then to do exactly that in the Superfinal. Pressure was on, of course, came into this as the championship leader. No one would have been putting pressure on the shoulders of these young riders, of course, but being a competitor, a young competitor, he'll have known what he had to do and wanted to win and go out, and he did exactly that. Classy stuff from Irfan. A real good day at the office. Tagashi and Zaragoza can also be very proud as well.
Yeah, it's easy to forget just how young these riders are. Of course, we can see them. They are tiny still, and of course they're very young. But Irfan, only 11 years old. His birthday's in January, actually, on the 10th of January. So I'm sure he's just earned himself probably a new helmet or something like that to wear for the 2024 season as a nice birthday present. But also a fantastic little present in itself to take home the crown of 160cc champion. Take the fun away then from Kotaro Tagashi. Did a fantastic job. You'd have to say if he had a better start. I mean, again, he had the pace at the end. If he had a little bit of a better start, it kind of went skywards rather than more forwards. Oh, and he's upset, bless him. But he should be very proud. He's done a fantastic job today. And it's good to see everyone around him there, consoling him and make sure he's at least not having too many tears, wiping away the tears. That's it. That's
Yeah, no, he can be very proud of what he's achieved this week here in Spain. There's the championship standings. Irfan, well, that's not the championship standings, that's the standings from the race.
Yeah.
It's the points from the race. Double points, of course. Irfan, the full 50, Tagashi 36, Zaragoza 33, and Sparks. I think that was the championship standings before
the race,
the Superfinal.
Yeah.
So ignore that graphic. Irfan did pick up 50 points in that race, and it'll be 100 points, of course, for Irfan. A perfect day out for the young Malaysian, but good to see everyone down there ready to celebrate. Johan Zarco, MotoGP race winner this year, of course, supporting everyone down there, especially the French riders. And it'll be soon time for the podium ceremony for the first Superfinal of 2. There is the proper championship standings.
Confirmed then, 100 my God, I'm struggling here, aren't I? 100 points for Kabil Irfan. Absolutely fantastic. Took the 25 apiece in race 1 and race 2 earlier, and then the 50 just then, with Tagashi finishing 24 points back. Zaragoza takes 3rd, and Ethan Sparks, after a pretty difficult race there, you have to say, battled back to 6th place, couldn't quite get the best of Krathukville in front of him, but takes 4th place in the 160cc championship this time around. So certainly not a bad job at all from Ethan Sparks there either.
Yeah, that's the trouble, isn't it? When you don't get the start you would have wanted, the riders sort of all in that top 6, top 7 have pretty similar pace. Difficult to overtake around this track, of course, unless you've got really good pace and make a decent lunge up the inside. We've seen Sparks do that a couple of times, especially at turns 8 and 9. Here's a few clips of what we've just seen. You can see there Tagashi not getting the launch he would have wanted, slipped back to P4, but nice little switch back there at turn 1. But ultimately that gap at the front was a little bit too big. By the time he made this move down into turn 2, we've seen that at least 2 or 3 times today, haven't we, from Tagashi. We're going to see here just the opening laps through the midfield section, and that was the run to the line as Irfan realised he has become the 2023 160cc champ.
Yeah, fantastic job, and we very much look forward to seeing him back again next year. I'm sure he'll maybe move up to the 190cc class when he's old enough. Here he is then, your race winner. Hopefully we can hear from him.
Kabil, it's been an incredible day for you. You won race 1, you won race 2, you won the Superfinal race, and you are the 160cc champion. How do you feel?
I very happy, but I win the three race. I happy, very happy.
And in Malay if you won?
Syukur alhamdulillah rezeki saya menang tahun ni. Terima kasih kepada kru-kru ZK yang siapkan motor saya, dan terima kasih kepada mak ayah saya yang selalu support saya.
Terima kasih, Itanya.
Gracias.
3 languages on display there. Malay, English, and then Spanish at the end. Fantastic. Very bright young man is Kabil Irfan. So brilliant to hear there from our 160cc champion, and hopefully we can hear from our other podium finishers as well very, very soon. But this will be your confirmed results then for the 160cc class super final. By 1.2 seconds, Kabil Irfan is your winner, and subsequently our 2023 160cc champion. Tagashi takes second, obviously be hoping for more, but certainly not bad at all to finish second on the race and in the series. Zaragoza takes third from Guka, Kratikwill, Sparks, Makari, Fino and Dubois in ninth, and rounding out the top 10 with Stankovic, then Kurniawan, Kunitate, Carbonell, Kovalov, Page, Rudolph, and the first of the Australians, Ricky Henry, and then Brittany, Marzuki and Luca Rizzi, who had that big crash at turn 1. Glad to see that he was up and all okay. 100 points for Kabil Irfan. Not much to do with the maths there. Absolutely whitewashed it. 100 to him. 76 to Takashi takes second place from Zaragoza and Sparks in fourth. Guka takes fifth after some solid results from Kratikwill, Makari, Dubois, and Lorenzo Fino rounds the top page. Stankovic once again completes the top 10 in 10th there with 21 points from Rizzi, Kunitate, Carbonell, Marzuki, Kurniawan, Kovalov, and Davino Brittany, the Indonesian, in 17th. And then completing our championship order is Jason Rudolph and Jake Page. And now it should be time for the podium ceremony.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the super final podium in the 160cc class. I'm back on the podium once again after another impressive race to round out the event. Please welcome FIM MiniGP Spain's Enzo Zaragoza. And it's also another podium for FIM MiniGP Japan Series rider, Kotaro Tagashi. And finally, he is undefeated, 3 from 3, our 160cc champion in 2023, Tanya Malaysia. Please welcome Kabil Irfan. And we have a very VIP dignitary for the 160 super final podium, which is Prima Pramat Racing Joan Zarco. And first he'll present the 3rd place trophy to Enzo Zaragoza. And Joan will now present 2nd place to Kotaro Tagashi. And finally, it's the 3rd winner's trophy of the day. Please put your hands together once again for Kabil Irfan from Malaysia. And that means, of course, we get to enjoy the Malaysian national anthem for the 3rd time today. And we'll welcome Christian Prami, the owner of Virus Power, to the podium as well to take a photo with our 3 Superfinal winners, or rather podium finishers. And then we'll also have a photo with the 3 riders on the biggest podium of the day in the 160cc class. And well done to all of you.
A well-deserved round of applause then for our podium finishers, and not just them, but also all of the 160cc riders. And here we can see then exactly how it all unravelled. It was, of course, Irfan on pole position as the MotoGP stars came on to watch and also cheer maybe just a little bit. The lights went out and it wasn't the best of start for Japan's Tagashi. Slipped back to 4th place initially, then fought very hard with some audacious overtaking attempts. This was a big, big crash for the number 31. Thankfully, he was all okay. That is Luca Rizzi. And then Tagashi started his charge back through. Well, I say charge, he only had to get 1 position, but then he was on a charge to close in the number 35 Malaysian Irfan, but he just could not do it in the end. Had a few moments on the way to do it. But to the final lap and to the checkered flag, and 3 from 3, the clean sweep, 100% record. Kamil Irfan is your 160cc class champion here at the FIM MiniGP World Series final.
All I know is this, my crew gon' step. All I know is this, my boys gon' rap. My crew gon' step. My crew gon' step. My crew gon' step. My crew gon' step. My crew gon' step.
Hello and welcome to the final instalment of what has been an epic day of MiniGP racing here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. The weather has been lovely. It's now up towards a toasty 19 degrees, certainly quite warm for November temperatures. And we just have the 190cc Superfinal ready and waiting for us. Jack Gorsenelli at York to talk you through this one. As for the rest of the day, and it's going to be a good one. We've seen some storylines in this one, and certainly on the grid. There's one rider in particular that is much further up than where he was in race 1 and race 2 earlier on, so we need to keep an eye out for that in particular rider. Is the number 72 of Alvaro Lucas, who will start in 2nd position for this. But on pole, it will be the current points leader, Fratelli, the Italian on the number 67 machine. He's had 2 second places. Consistency is key. 40 points for him, and he is in the lead of this championship as it stands. But may we remind you one final time that there are double points on offer coming up in this one, and anything can happen.
Yeah, hello everyone. Good to be back in action. The final race of the day. What a day it's been. The sun is shining, perfect conditions towards the afternoon for these riders, and everyone down there on the grid. Fran Wild, of course, down in pit lane. There was plenty of MotoGP riders, Moto2 riders, Moto3 riders. I think that's Philip Salach in the background there. Joe Roberts is still down there as well. I can see John Hopkins too. So plenty of familiar faces for us and for these guys on the grid as well. Great to have some stars of now supporting the stars of future. And it's brilliant for these guys to experience this, to have some of their heroes alongside them on the grid. A big race coming up, of course, the Super Final. 19 laps of action coming up. Sorry, 20 laps of action. One more than we had in the 160cc final. 20 laps of action kicking off at 2 o'clock. So in around about 7 minutes time, 8 minutes time, we're going to get action underway. And as you rightly said, Jack, Alvaro Lucas, the story's mostly been about him so far in this class, coming from 12th on the grid in the first couple of races, won the opening race of the day, finished just off the podium in P4 in the second race of the day, and now starts from the middle of row 2. It's going to be fascinating to see how he gets on.
It is, yeah. Definitely keep your eyes on the number 72. Also keep your eyes on this little rider, the number 66 of Savino. Absolute rocket ship start in that second race of the day. Went from 4th on the grid and whole-shotted it by turn 1. So if he can do that again, then he'll be set up lovely for the rest of this race. Of course, then went on to finish in 3rd place in that race 2 just a couple of hours ago. So certainly got the pace coming into this one, and the pace was really, really close amongst kind of the top 4, mainly those top 4 in race 2. And of course, at the back of that top 4 was Alvaro Lucas. So we'll see exactly what happens with this one. There you did just see... completely lost the grid anyway.
Ben Wegner.
That was it. It was Ben Wegner. So the young German starts 4th on the grid and certainly done very, very good today, actually. Some really, really solid performances. Good pace. Let's hope that, like we've seen in the 160 race, he can then carry that on and do a little bit better in the super final here.
Ethan Rodriguez on the grid, middle of the second row, started from pole position in the first 2 races, so a bit of a different prospect looking down at the first corner for your 2021 160cc champion. The debut champion was Ethan Rodriguez a couple of years ago when the MiniGP started out. 2 years later, he's back on the grid in the 190cc class, looking to try and make it 2 championships in 3 years. A tough task ahead for Rodriguez. Starts this race down in 5th in the championship standings as Jack Miller strolls onto the grid.
I think he's got Joel Kelso in tow as well, so his fellow Australian. Good to see Jack still down here. Of course, was down here for the 160cc super final as well, so he's been floating around for a good hour and a half or so as Jack, so that's good to see. Joel Kelso there just giving a quick handshake as well to the Australians. There's Ryder Davis, first of the Americans on the grid in 7th, doing a good job indeed. We'll see how he can go in this super final. Obviously going to be a tough race for everyone, really. 3rd race of the day. You know, they've already done a lot of laps around this circuit over the last 3 days since they've been here on Tuesday riding already. God knows how many laps they've done, but they must have done like 200 odd laps around this place already. So it's certainly going to be a bit of wear and tear on the bodies, but we'll see how they go with this one.
Yeah, they're young and they've got plenty of energy, haven't they? So I think they'll be right. 5 extra laps coming up in the super final race. Can we just see how that plays out in the closing exchanges? Crucially, just as we've seen, maybe try and listen to the conversation.
Good luck. Stick it up.
Good luck, stick it up 'em. Classic Aussie style.
Yeah, well, just glad that there wasn't any dodgy words from Jack Miller there. But
Hi guys, sorry to cut you off, but
Hello,
I will do
Brian.
anyway. Got Jack Miller down on the grid. Jack, we saw you giving some words of advice there to the young guys. What can you tell us after watching them here today?
I think it's, you know, the second year now, isn't it, of this one? Third year now. So, I mean, it's an amazing event put on by you know, the Road to MotoGP, the guys at Dorna, and then, of course, with Ovale, you know, to get all these countries together in one spot and put on an amazing event for the kids like this is awesome. I mean, it gives the kids that much experience already just looking at the Aussie team this year compared to last year. It's been a massive improvement, and that's what you get when you get to go and see what the rest of the world's doing. So it's an amazing event, and to have it in Valencia is awesome.
It is, and it's awesome to have you here. Thanks for talking to us.
Thanks.
Always good to hear from Jack. Always really good when talking about this sort of stuff that actually matters. Certainly got a fairly sensible head on those shoulders, as Jack Miller. And of course, he's helped young Australian riders before. He's had the likes of Billy Van Erde when he was competing in Junior GP Moto 3. So certainly knows how to kind of really help riders progress, and particularly for the Aussies coming across to Europe to race here. And if they go elsewhere to race, you know, a lot of Aussies will go to Asia to race. They've always got to travel, put it that way. So it can be quite a big undertaking.
Yeah, he knows exactly what it takes to try and make a name for yourself in this part of the world. Of course, the MotoGP hub is in Europe. That's where most of the racing's done, of course, on the road to MotoGP. Obviously, there's the Asia Talent Cup and obviously the MiniGP series. But a lot of the racing's done in Asia. A lot of the riders who grew up in the likes of Australia and Asia do come to Europe to try and make a name for themselves. So Jack knows how tough that can be, but it's good to see lots of nationalities on the grid.
Here is your grid then. Pratelli on pole, of course, he is the championship leader. Then Lucas, arguably the one to watch, and you'd say maybe the favourite. Let's see what he can do from second on the grid, much higher than where he was earlier. Savino, then Wigner, Rodriguez, Vuono, Davis, Russo, and also that was Dunker completing the third row of the grid. Dunker has come through from 14th in the prior two races to top 10, so see what he can do from 9th, which seems to be good. And Hafai, Durdis, Raymond, Sylvan, Erlas, and also Kipitz.
Here we go then, the final race of the day, race 3 of 3 for these guys out there, the longest one of the lot as well, and the one that has the most at stake. I'm excited for this one. 20 laps coming up for the 190cc Superfinal. And there's your front row, all looking eager to get on with things. 72 of Lucas, as we mentioned, plenty of times throughout the day. Probably starts this as favourite, given what we've seen so far, but it's not quite as simple as that in motorcycle racing, is it, Jack?
No, it never is. There's always something that can go wrong very easily for no fault your own. Maybe you have a bad start, which obviously is your own fault, but sometimes it can go that way. We saw in the 160cc Superfinal earlier, Tagashi had a bit of a bad start, obviously came through to finish second, certainly not a bad result, but maybe those last few laps indicated he had the pace to go and challenge for the race win, and ultimately it was that bad start that held him back from doing that. So we'll see what happens here when the lights go out. I'm sure that Pratelli, well, one that will be getting a good start based on prior form from today is Savino on the end of the front row. So watch out for the number 66 Italian. You can see him there, just making sure the brakes got a nice bit of temperature in.
Yeah, no whole shot devices on these Avali machines, so none of that going on for this one. As we get ready for the final race of the day, excited for this one. Under blue sunny skies, let's get it underway.
Here we go then, time to get revved up and ready to rock here for the 190cc Superfinal. The lights are on and they are off. We are go, and it's a pretty good start from everyone, it has to be said. But the best, once again, seems as though it's come from Savino from the outside of the front row, but sweeping through, that is Alvaro Lucas, the number 72. Beautiful move there from third to first in one corner, got underneath them between turn 1 and 2. Heading to the lead he goes.
Yeah, that was brilliant from Lucas. Thought he'd lost out, thought he dropped to P3 after getting a good initial launch, and around the outside I thought Pratelli was going to make his move stick, and Savino as well, but got the cut back. Really wide head on young shoulders is the number 72, and that is, I think, Pratelli that has gone down, the championship leader coming into this one.
Championship leader down then, the number 67. It's a long old race, but he's a long way back now, and if he is going to pull this, that's another big crash. Who is that? That looked like one of the Australians. I couldn't quite make out the number. So that is either Dunkert or Russo. We'll see what happens. Oh, unfortunately, it is Russo that has gone down. Hopefully, he's okay. Did see him getting up onto his feet there. But as we do say, the championship leader coming into this, Pratelli, with this moment, just washed the rear out. It wasn't even the front that went. It looks like a bit of a low side there. Strange crash for the number 67. He has a lot of work to do now if he wants to pull off this championship victory.
Drama then in the early exchanges. Unfortunately for Pratelli, he lost a good 10 seconds, just under 10 seconds with that mistake. As Jack rightly says, just the rear end just washed out from underneath him around turn 9. And yeah, maybe slightly cold tyre, who knows, just pushing a bit too much in the early exchanges, but it leaves Lucas out front with a 0.8 second advantage. The fastest lap of the race incidentally goes to Rodriguez, his compatriot in the MiniGP Spain Series. This is the final corner. Who was it getting out of the shape? It was Levi Russo. That's a big crash for the young Australian. Good to see him back up on his feet, though.
Yeah, that was a big one. Hopefully he bounces well, and it looks as though he has done. But at the front then, it is, what is that? It's a 0.8 of a second gap that Lucas has over second place Savino. And there you would see in the championship, it would be Alvaro Lucas, the number 72 from Spain, taking this 190cc crown. Well, taking it home, I don't know. Oh, how many down there? That's 2 or 3 by the looks of it. One of the Italians at least. That was the number 65, Buono. So the 2022.
Rodriguez as well.
Rodriguez, and who's the third rider there? Can't quite make out. Oh, that's massive shame for Vigna. He's been doing very, very good all day. 65, there you are, trying to get it going on the kickstart. No electric start on these motorcycles, a very basic bare bones, so they've got to be kicking away to get it done. But that is 3 of our big players all out in one incident. There you can see riders involved confirmed. 64 Vigna, 65 Buono, and the 74 of Rodriguez.
Yeah, interesting to see what happened. We saw it obviously unfold in the background, but we didn't see what happened in the lead up to it. What it's left is Lucas all out front on his own, basically. Savino is the only rider really who stands a good chance of trying to bridge that gap. It's up to 1.3 seconds now, so Lucas well on his way to claiming the title. Here it is. This is the picture that we got, so we can't quite see how it unfolded, but it looks like one of the riders... no, it was all separate.
Wow. Okay, so 2 separate low sides there from the 74 of Rodriguez, and then also the 65, which was, remind me again, it was Buono that went down too. And then unfortunately Vigna just came into the back and had nowhere to go, and I think he collected Buono's bike. So it's certainly a very, very unfortunate incident there, but glad to see all 3 riders look as though they were up and all okay.
Yeah, strange one that. What do you think could have caused that, Jack? Obviously we've seen a few riders go down, but not as many as this sort of today really. We've seen a couple of crashes throughout the day, but is it just sort of pushing a little bit too hard maybe in the early exchanges, or? Yeah,
it could well be. I mean, these tyres don't take too much warming up, don't take a lot of heat into them supposedly, so really you wouldn't think it'd be a cold tyre type thing, but of course also this circuit is a karting circuit. It's maybe not the smoothest thing in the world. It might have just been bumps, and you see that they had an identical crash in essentially the same part, so it might have just been a bump that caught both of them out.
Here is your race leader then, Lucas. 1.5 seconds advantage was over the line. We'll see if Savino could cut that gap down below 1.5 seconds. He has the 142.9 for the pair in the lead. Just slightly quicker was Savino, but he's going to need a bit more than that. Pratelli, incidentally, who of course crashed out on the second lap, he's back up into P8, set the fast lap of the race at 42.4. He's nearly 8 seconds down on the lead though, so unless anything happens to Lucas, then it's looking like job done, unfortunately, for the championship at least. But Pratelli doing really well to fight back from that early disaster.
Yeah, he's doing a great job because he's had to make some overtakes, and he's 7.7 off the lead at the minute. When I had a quick look over at the timing screen the lap after he crashed, that was about 8.5, so he's actually closed in while still making those overtakes, so he's certainly doing a fantastic job at the front. Anyone coming under pressure here? No, it seems that Lucas is still just eking out that gap, and he's only one of 2 riders in the 42s at the minute, and the other one is Pratelli, who just set the fastest lap of the race at a 42.398. He is flying.
Certainly is. Try and watch the group back. That's a good move up the inside. The 68 of Hafai, the Malaysian ATC rider, but he's bounced straight back as Ryan Davis on the 75. So a good battle in the fight for the final podium spot between Davis from the USA and Hafai from Malaysia. Then just a little bit further behind is Spain's Sylvain. That's a good group fight between him, Durdis, and then it's the fight with Dunker and Fratelli just off the back of that. You can see them there coming into your picture now.
Yeah, there is the 67 then of Fratelli, the championship leader coming into this, and the one that seems as though he might have thrown it all away, but he does have a gaggle of riders in front of him. He's only, what is he, 7.6 off the lead. And if you go up to third place, which is Ryder Davis, the American, he's only 5.2 off the lead. So 2.5 seconds of track, and you've got all the way up to a podium slot. And we do still have 12 laps to go, but I'm sure that Ryder Davis and the others, will certainly Hafai as well, will be giving a fair bit of competition and stick if Fratelli does try to come flying down the inside of them. Certainly for Ryder Davis, I think his best coming into the Superfinal from race 1 was a 6th, so a third place would be a hell of an improvement.
Certainly would be. Lucas has got this pretty much under control, just hovering in the late 42 lap times. Incidentally, the top two were the only two in the 42s that time around, apart from Ethan Rodriguez, who has remounted, of course, but it's down in P13, unfortunately, for the 2021 title winner. There's going to be no championship trophy for him today, unfortunately, Rodriguez, after that mistake down at the final corner that saw 3 of the podium fighters all crash out.
Yeah, and that's the thing, like, it's such an easy thing to do, make a mistake around here. We've seen plenty of crashes today, whether it's front end or rear end slide. Oh, you can see there the difference between Lucas's pace and Fratelli's at the minute. Fratelli absolutely on fire. He's now only 7.1 off the lead as he's now looking to go up the inside of the 73 of Sylvan, does so superbly. So he is now up into 6th place. We'll have to get a graphic up of the live championship just to see how that does change it. I'm sure it won't change anything at the top, but it might just drag Fratelli back into contention for those podium slots anyway.
Yeah, exactly that. Fratelli, of course, after crashing on the opening couple of laps, sort of waved goodbye to championship there and then. But if he can make a comeback like he's doing and finish on the podium at least in this race, that would be an absolutely stellar job to make up sort of around about 10 seconds after falling off and regathering your thoughts and composure as well, to get back on your bike, get back on the track and set the lap times you were doing before the crash. Is a really, really sterling effort from the young Italian.
Yeah, it shows he's a proper racer, doesn't it? It's nice to see the determination from these young riders, and of course they really are the stars of the future as well. I can guarantee you that some of these names in a handful of years time will be in the World Championship and fighting for some of Grand Prix Racing's most coveted prize. You can see the 66 with an exaggerated look over the shoulder. That was a real long neck view, wasn't it? Savino having a look over his shoulder. Well, he's got plenty of real estate behind him. He's got about 4.3 seconds over Ryder Davis in third, so no real reason to sweat for the young Italian. But there is reason to sweat for Ryder Davis and also Hafai, because the number 67 of Fratelli in just 2 laps, look at the amount of room he's gapped Sylvan by as the 2 ahead. Look as though they're still battling away. But he's on the back of them now, and he can see a podium place.
Yeah, 42.4 last time around for Fratelli was a good 6-7 tenths quicker than Davis and Hafai. So he's caught the back of them. That's one thing, but then to try and overtake is another thing. But I think with the pace he's got in hand, there you can see 7 tenths of a second quicker last time around was Fratelli. Is he going to make a move up the inside down at the final corner? I'm sure we'll see in the background if he does. They're going to be coming to your screen now. It's pretty tight down there. I think he's focusing on the leader.
I think he might have. We'll just check as they come across the time screens. Yes, he did. He picked off Hafai then, so he's up into 5th place. Here is your race leader then. 2.1 seconds Lucas has over Savino. Well, it's pretty comfortable, isn't it? Well, how many laps have we got? We've got 6.5 laps left to go as well. And really, if you'd asked myself or Elliot before the race started, who was our money on? We probably would have said Lucas anyway. It's just so turned out that there's been a little bit of chaos behind with some crashes, and it's made the job a little bit easier for him. But still, this is the performance we did expect.
Yeah, exactly that. He got to the front when he needed to from second on the grid, and obviously the riders knew what pace Lucas has possessed this weekend, and obviously pushing a little bit too much to try and not let him get away at the front. But it's credit to Lucas really to win race 1 from where he was on the grid, P12 after that qualifying penalty, and then to finish P4 last time out, to put him in a great position for the Superfinal race. All credit goes to Lucas. It is unfortunate that riders behind and closest to him in the championship have crashed, but that's just the way it goes, unfortunately. MiniGP is the start of their road. There's going to be ups and downs in their careers, that's for sure. But Lucas this week has certainly been an up.
Yeah, oh, there we go. Then there is the number 67 of Pratelli. Looks like he is through on Ryder Davis. So he now is into that third position. I do not think he's going to close in Savino in front of his Italian teammate because, well, there's about 5 and a bit seconds between them. But it does mean, as you see the championship standards pop up now, that he will vault his teammate up into second overall in the 190cc championship. So certainly a fantastic recovery job this is from Pratelli after that early crash. And also these early crashes, and you know, we take the example of Rodriguez. He crashed out of race 1 while leading, then obviously now he's had a crash as well, an unfortunate one when he's giving chase to the leaders. 2 valuable lessons in the career of a young motorcycle rider.
Exactly that. And this is what this is all about. Of course, it's nice to win, stand on the podium at least, but this is all about learning and being involved in such a brilliant event, surrounded by riders who are on the same journey as you, starting at the same moment, riding the same machines, having your heroes around you, the same sort of support system as well. That's what it's all about, gaining experience on the road to MotoGP. That's what it is designed to do. The number 66 of Savino, currently occupying P3 in the standings, but he is losing chunks of time to his compatriot Pratelli, but with pretty much 3 laps to go once they cross the line. I don't think it's going to be quite enough, but add a few more laps on, it might have been a different story.
One of the things that's really cool, we're talking about learning here, is we were chatting away to my good friend Harry Meanwell, who's a representative from FIM MiniGP UK and also Valencia UK, as it looks as though Ryder Davis is going to fight back on this. But one of the things they learn here is that they do have a little bit of data on these bikes. They have engine speed and then also the GPS, so they can see their line around the racetrack. And it was very, very cool in just those 2 basic things where you can see the differences between lines, the speed, how, you know, how much, if it's spinning, because they do indeed spin actually, apparently, and even just how they handle the bump. So it was very, very cool, and the riders apparently have had a great time looking at that and adapting their lines and getting faster through the week. So it's a gateway into the, shall we say, the electronics world that motorcycle racing can often be, and it's really good to start them nice and young here.
Yeah, it's the first time I've sort of seen any of that stuff as well. It's really, really interesting, obviously, for the riders to see that and see how their competitors may be a bit stronger in some areas, a bit weaker in some areas, where they can learn and adapt their riding styles around the same circuit on the same machines. Is exactly what we mentioned in just gaining experience and just becoming better riders on the way to the World Championship, hopefully one day. A nice defensive line from Pratelli. He really wants that P3, doesn't he? You can understand that.
Oh, Ryder Davis has gone on just when he was looking nice and aggressive, looking to see which way he could get round. Oh, and he's almost side-sided again. Oh, blimey, stay on it, Ryder. We don't want another crash in the space of 4 seconds. But wow. So we are on to the last lap then, and that is going to relieve the pressure off Pratelli. He will take a fine 3rd place, but it is going to be this number 72 rider from MiniGP Spain, Alvaro Lucas, that is going to be your champion here in the 190cc class. Absolutely superb performance here in the Superfinal. Got to the front, well, he was already at the front, and just made it count. Put in those laps and no one could live with him. That move that he did from 3rd to 1st on the opening lap was absolutely delicious.
And that is ultimately what's going to win him the championship. As he rounds the final corner to cross the line, Jack, he is the 2023 champion.
Alvaro Lucas then, the number 72 from FIM MiniGP Spain Series, is your 190cc champion here in Valencia. Congratulations to Alvaro, a fantastic job today. Certainly wasn't giving it all his own way, had to start from 12th on the grid, don't forget, in race 1 and race 2 earlier after a technical infringement in qualifying, but came through, won that race 1 from 12th, an absolutely unbelievable performance, and then finished 4th as well in race 2. And he's got the job done here. Congratulations, 190cc champion.
Yeah, sensational stuff from Lucas, a really deserving champion here in Valencia. Savino did a great job to try and stick with Lucas throughout that race, picks up a P2. I think he'll finish 3rd in the overall standings, the young Italian. And Pratelli, 3rd place after crashing out, is a fantastic job. Well done indeed from the number 67. He'll, of course, be disappointed to crash out of that race, but when all is said and done, looking at the positives, maybe later on today, even tomorrow and throughout the week, he'll be pleased with what's gone on here.
I'm sure, yeah, I'm sure he'll be celebrating with a fruit shoot or something after the race here. But no, brilliant job from all these riders. As we say, the same with the 160cc class.
every single rider that's taken part this weekend, whether they qualified for the race day today or not. They've all done a remarkable job, and the whole job has just been about learning, and they certainly have done that. The lap times have got faster and faster each day, faster and faster each race. It's been brilliant to see the progression. There you can see it there, Lucas confirmed as the champion by 16 points ahead of Pratelli, and then Savino in third place. So the two Italians there doing a great job, locking out second and third.
Yeah, great race. In the end, we didn't have the battle that we would have wanted at the front, but it was intriguing nonetheless. The 66 of Savino will stand on the podium for the second time today. That's his best result of the day, after finishing 5th in race 1, then took 3rd in race 2, and then finishes 2nd in the Superfinal to finish 3rd overall. Edoardo Savino from Monza in Italy, a job well done. Lorenzo Pritelli finishes 3rd on the day. He finishes 2nd overall after a couple of P2s in race 1 and race 2.
I think we've just dropped the bike in Park Ferme there. I think that was Savino that just accidentally almost tipped the bike over. The number 1 then, full of number 72. Congratulations to Alvaro Lucas. There you can see a bit of a slap on the helmet. I presume that was from Savino or Pratelli. Yeah, I think it was from Savino. So Savino's obviously a bit of a character, isn't he? But yeah, great to see. Not too exuberant with celebrations, but certainly he's very, very happy. And there we can see, I'm sure that was his dad. Little kiss on the neck there, and a big hug. Well deserved.
Absolutely, yeah. Great to see them enjoying Park Ferme, enjoying the celebrations that are coming up, of course, as well. The Champions Trophy will be handed to Alvaro Lucas very shortly indeed after the podium. We'll be hearing from him, of course, as well, down in Park Ferme with Francois. But here's a few of the action shots, the main highlights from that race, Jack. And this was pretty much where it was run, wasn't it? Because didn't get the launch you would have wanted, but that switchback was great racecraft. And then this, ultimately, was where it cost. Pratelli going down at turn 9.
Yeah, and then this was even more chaos there. That was quite a bit of a lump on the back there from Wigner, who unfortunately made contact with Ruono's bike. Good move there from Pratelli to get up the inside of Ryder Davis. That was for P3, and that was pretty much as far as he got. He did come under some pressure from Ryder Davis right at the end, but that unfortunate slide out meant that Ryder finished 7th in the end. But it was all about the number 72 at the front, who cruised across the line to become the 190cc champion here at the FIM MiniGP World Series final. A superb performance from a superb little rider, and we really hope that we do see him in the Road to MotoGP classes going forward in future. Fran Wild is down there. I can see her just in Park Ferme. Give us a wave, Fran, if you can listen. I don't know if she's got her earbuds in at the minute, but she will be chatting to our champion very, very shortly indeed. And we'll see what he has to say. I'm sure he's very happy.
I'm sure he is, for sure, yeah. We'll be hearing from him very, very shortly indeed. Hopefully everyone down there has had a good day. We've enjoyed it up in the commentary box. I think they're just getting ready to do the interview. So we will hand down to Fran right now.
So Alvaro, it's been quite an adventure for you at this event, but you are the first ever 190cc FIM MiniGP World Champion. How does it feel?
Que no sé.
Vale, ¿cómo se siente si traduzco después?
¿Qué?
¿Cómo te sientes al haber ganado y después de una aventura hasta ahora con las cualificaciones y toda la drama, pero has ganado el campeonato y eres el primer campeón de la categoría también?
Pues muy bien. Pues ayer me descalificaron en el crono por una cosa que tenía mal y salí el 12, la primera he conseguido ganar y la segunda no me ha ido tan bien, pero bueno, aquí hemos apretado y hemos conservado un poco con el de atrás y hemos conseguido ganar.
Bueno, enhorabuena.
Gracias.
So yeah, saying he qualified last but managed to push and then come through. Not that much, but you know, bless him and congratulations.
Yeah, we echoed the sentiments. Congratulations to Alvaro Lucas. A nice little summary there, I have to say. Proper little summary of the whole race weekend, including qualifying yesterday. And yeah, well, he's going to be a good one in interviews later, isn't he? Because you don't have to prompt him too much to get the info about the weekend out of him. So that's always useful for us journalists.
I think they're going to be in the press conference later asking questions to some of the MotoGP riders. So that's a nice little treat coming up as well for those guys. what a day it's been, what a week it's been. I think they've been here since Sunday. Obviously, the admin stuff getting sorted on Sunday and Monday, and then track action on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
Here you are then, confirmed results of the 190cc Superfinal by 4.5 seconds in the end. An absolute chasm in MiniGP times. Alvaro Lucas takes the win from Savino, and Pretelli, who recovered to that third place. Fantastic recovery from him. Hafai takes fourth from Sylvan. Davis unfortunately finishes down in sixth after that late crash. Durdis, Erlas doing a cracking job there, coming through to 8th place. And then Josh Raymond rounds out the top 10. Cameron Dunker, Gabriel Buono, who was caught up in, well, not caught up, but had that crash at the same time as Izan Rodriguez. And then Ben Vega, as well as Levi Russo, who had that big high side earlier in the race. So hopefully in just a second we'll have our championship standings confirmed, and there they are, 88 points and a championship to Alvaro Lucas in the 190cc class. Congratulations to him. I'm sure that he's going to be a very happy chappy for the rest of this weekend, and hope he enjoys the MotoGP action this weekend too. Pretelli takes second place, just 16 back from Savino in third. Ryder Davis finishes fourth in the end. Cracking job with some really strong results from him. Bit further down in the top 10, Roman Durdis rounds it out with Cameron Dunker, who was coming through from low grip positions. Certainly not bad from him, picking up 23 points. And Nina Erlas, she takes 22 points with her, and 12th place in the championship standings.
Jorge Martin chatting to the top 3 in the 190cc class. Of course, a big weekend coming up for Jorge, but good to see him down there enjoying time with the stars of the future, including his compatriot, of course, Alvaro Lucas. I'm sure they're all thrilled to be chatting to potential world champion this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens in MotoGP, of course. 21 points between himself and Pecco Bagnaia.
So welcome to the Superfinal podium in the 190cc class. And first of all, in the race, it's third place for Lorenzo Pretelli from MiniGP Italy. And his compatriot also from MiniGP Italy in second in the race. Please welcome Eduardo Savino. And on the top step, it's been an eventful event, but he is the first ever 190cc champion, Alvaro Lucas. And we have a very VIP dignitary joining us for the 190cc Superfinal race, which is World Championship contender Jorge Martin. And he will first present the third place trophy to Lorenzo Pretelli. And Jorge will now present the second place trophy to Eduardo Savino. And then finally is the big one, the winner's trophy, the first ever 190cc Superfinal trophy. Jorge, do the honors. It's for Alvaro Lucas. Y ahora, we will listen to the Spanish national anthem. Congratulations, Alvaro, and congratulations, FIM MiniGP Spain. And now if we can also welcome Christian Prami from Virus Power to the podium for a photo with our top 3 and with Jorge. I believe he's still there, yes. And then finally, a photo with the 3 riders.
So here are your highlights then of the Superfinal for the 190cc class. Full gas, yep, that is what everyone gave it. And off the line, it looked like it was going to be the dream start for the number 66 of Savino, who went down the inside, but then his Italian teammate went round the outside, and then up the inside at turn 2 came the number 72 of Alvaro Lucas. Down went Pratelli early on, and then there was a big one further back as well for Russo. He was all okay though. Then 3 more went down. That was Vuono as well, and then Vigna was caught up in that too, as well as Rodriguez. And this was the move from Pratelli to pick off 3rd place. Before then, the unfortunate American rider Davis crashed out late on in the race. But coming across the line on the final lap, it was Alvaro Lucas that won to be crowned your 190cc world champion. And now I believe we can have a little ceremony with both of our MiniGP champions here at the World Series final of the 160cc class and also the 190cc class.
Yeah, a great day has been had by all. Good for the friends and families as well to experience the event, maybe for a 2nd or 3rd time, or even for the 1st time as well. It's a fantastic event down there. 3 days of track action, a couple of days of admin stuff and getting everything fitted, including the levers and on the bikes as well. It's a fantastic setup. Everyone involved, from the Virus Power, Vale, Motul you can see there. Of course the FIM and Dorna as well. Really fantastic setup, and now it's all coming to a close, and we will have the champions ceremony coming up very shortly indeed. I think you can see the bikes there just being wheeled into Park Ferme and everything getting sorted. But it's been a great day, hasn't it, Jack? Thoroughly enjoyed it, as always, knew we would. And yeah, we get set for the rest of the weekend now.
Exactly, yeah, this sets us up nicely. We've got a nice little taster of some good racing action, and hopefully throughout the rest of the weekend we do get some of that as well. Of course, the Moto3 and Moto2 World Championships decided, but still the MotoGP World Championship yet to be decided, with Pecco versus Martin this weekend. Here is a replay of the start then. This was in the 160cc class earlier. You saw Irfan get a great start, but it was the 33, the young Japanese rider, that did not make the best start. However, Tagashi did certainly make a comeback through the field, and this was one of the bigger moments that did it, as he dived to the turn 2 on the inside. I think he pulled this move off about 4 times today. Absolutely loved that move, and it worked every single time for him. So certainly Tagashi knew how to do the business, but the one that really knew how to do the business was the 35 of Irfan, as he was crowned the 160cc world champion here at the FIM MiniGP World Series final, and clean sweep the day as well. Both pole positions and 3 race victories.
Yeah, phenomenal stuff from the young Malaysian. Great stuff as well from the duo on the podium. Tagashi impressed me a lot, especially in the first 2 races, and as you say, made that move at turn 2 several times, late on the brakes, but very clean pass indeed into turn 2. A little bit of a tricky circuit to pass on, as you've probably seen throughout the day. There's not too many options around here. Turn 1, last corner at turn 12, and turn 2 are the most popular ones, but I think we're just about ready to hand back down to Fran as the 160cc ceremony gets underway very shortly.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're just about ready to celebrate our top 3 in the 160cc championship this season, or this year. So first of all, in 3rd place overall from the FIM MiniGP Spain Series, please welcome back to the podium, Enzo Zaragoza. And in 2nd place overall in the 160 category, please welcome Kotaro Togashi.
And finally, your 160cc champion in 2023, and with a clean sweep of 3 wins today, please welcome back to the top step, Kabil Irfan from Malaysia. And then representing the FIM MiniGP Malaysia Series, a star in his own right, please welcome to the podium, Zulfami Khairuddin. And Fahmi will first receive the team's trophy from Valerio Dalio, the CEO of Ovali. Congratulations, Malaysia! And now, Mirko Tonello from Thermal Technology will present the tyre warmers for our third, second, and first classified 160cc riders. Some applause, please, yes. Congratulations to all of you. And now it's time for the medals, and it's time to welcome the president of the FIM, George Viegas, to present them. So, first of all, it will be the bronze medal for FIM MiniGP Spain competitor Enzo Zaragoza. And Mr. Viegas will also present the silver medal to Japan's Kotaro Togashi. And finally, please put your hands together once again for our champion in the 160 class this season from Malaysia, Kabil Irfan. And then we have a very special helmet as well from supplier KYT, and that will be presented to Kabil Irfan by Stefano Famiano. And then finally, one more trophy, if the cabinet isn't full enough already. Irfan will receive the winner's trophy from Dorna's Talent Promotion Director, Anna Espeleta.
I do hope that Kabil Irfan
Once
will
more, we'll
brought
hear the
spare
national
baggage.
anthem of
He's got a lot of
Malaysia.
trophies to take home.
I'm sure they'd have planned for it.
Our final congratulations then to Kabil Irfan.
Congratulations to all of our 160cc winners
the
today, and those
Comments of Fran there.
top 3 overall in 2023. Now we'll take some photos, but don't go anywhere, as then we'll be back with the 190 ceremony.
Of course, lots of people up there that have put a lot of work into this event.
Anna Spalletta there on the left, talent promotions director at Dorna Sports, does an incredible amount of work to help build not just the MiniGP series, but all the talent cups that you see, and also elsewhere as well. And including the FIM with Jorge Viejas there, who help out massively. So without all those parts together, we couldn't put on this fantastic series. And if you don't know anything about the MiniGP series, like, this isn't it. You know, it's not just this one event a year. When they go back home to their respective countries, they have a year through series. And it's well worth finding out a little bit more about them if you don't know so much already.
Yeah, and hopefully for future riders who are aspiring to be on this stage and the World Championship stage in the coming years as well, will be inspired by this and try and get involved anywhere they can. Let's say 18 series across the globe in total. This, though, Jack, is what we've just seen in the 190cc class.
Yeah, look at this start again then from the number 72. Diving up the inside, straight away, Lucas picking off 2 at turn 2, and that was, well, pretty much all done. There you see Fratelli crashing out early on, number 67, but then he put on an absolutely fantastic charge to come back through. A few more of the big players went down, 74 Rodriguez, and also Vuono, last year's MiniGP World Series winner. And that was a great move there from Fratelli on Davis. A real lunge up the inside in the tight infield section. And then just a couple of laps later, Davis unfortunately had a not so great move on the tight infield section as well, crashing out of 4th place and eventually coming home across the line in 6th. But it was Alvaro Lucas that has very, very recently just become our 190cc MiniGP Series World Champion. And did it in some style as well.
Certainly did, as he explained to Fran down in Parc Ferme after his victory. Obviously got the penalty in qualifying yesterday after qualifying on pole position. Started both race 1 and race 2 from P12. Expertly made his way through to race win in the opening race, and then finished just off the podium in P4 in the second race. And then, of course, as you've just seen, finished the super final in P1 to hand him the trophy. Hopefully he's packed some space luggage as well, although from Spain I don't think he's going to be potentially flying anywhere. But this is it then, the final champion ceremony of the day underway with Fran Wild.
Makes its debut in 2023. And this time, first of all, we will welcome a representative of the winning team or series, which this season is the FIM MiniGP Spain Series, represented by Ángel Buitrago. And then we will welcome the top 3 riders overall in the 190 category. It's almost the same podium as the Superfinal, but not quite. In 3rd place overall this season, please welcome Eduardo Savino. And in 2nd place, a familiar name already today, please welcome back Lorenzo Pritelli. And finally, your first ever 190cc FIM MiniGP World Champion. Please welcome back to the top step, Alvaro Lucas. So, first of all, we will present the team's trophy. And it's Valerio Dalio who returns the CEO of Ovale to present the team's prize to Ángel Buitrago from the FIM MiniGP Spain Series. Enhorabuena, España. And now we'll welcome back Mirko Tonello from Thermal Technology to present the tyre warmer prizes to our top 3 in the 190 category this season. So first for Eduardo, Lorenzo, and for Alvaro. And now we'll welcome FIM President George Viegas back to the podium to present the medals. So first overall is the 3rd place medal. Congratulations, Eduardo Savino. Complimenti Italia. And George also presents the 2nd place medal to Lorenzo Pritelli. Congratulations to the FIM MiniGP Spain Series rider and the champion, the first ever champion in the 190 category, Alvaro Lucas! And now, as we did for the 160 class, we also have a very special helmet from our suppliers KYT, and that will be presented by Simona Frattini to our 190 champion, Alvaro Lucas. And finally, the big trophy for the big class comes from the big boss of the talent promotion department at Dorna Sports, Ana Espeleta. Congratulations, Alvaro Lucas. You're the 190cc champion. And now, we'll listen once again to the national anthem of Spain. Enhorabuena España, enhorabuena Álvaro. And now we'll take a couple of photos for the album. First with our dignitaries, and then the riders, the top 3 classified in the first ever 190cc FIM MiniGP World Final. Thank you to everyone for coming, thank you to everyone for watching, and we'll see you again next year.
Yep, so a big thank you from us as well. It's been a fantastic day of racing with both the 160cc class and also the 190 class. Any last words, Elliot?
Not really, no, just an enjoyable day as ever, as we expected it to be. Great to see everyone enjoying themselves in the Valencia sun. And we'll see you next year.
See you then.
Gets set to start from pole position for a record 64th time. This is the main event of the weekend. 25 laps of this exhilarating Portimao circuit.